Hey everyone, welcome back to our channel. We are Moonstar. I'm Becca and I'm here with Lena. And right now we are bringing you what to expect the rest of 2021. So this is a pick a pile, pick a card. So pick a deck. We have diamond, we have the star, and we have the moon. So pick whichever one you're drawn to. And what we're going to do is we have some overall cards for the year for that pile. And then we're going to break it down month by month with one tarot card and one crystal card for each month. So kind of what to expect. And then we have this handy dandy nifty calendar sheet that I made. And so what we're going to do is we're going to toss some stickers on here and kind of see in depth a little bit more about what is going to happen month by month for the year 2021, which is the one we're in now. So with that being said, pick whichever pile looks the best to you. And we are going to go ahead and get into pile one.
See you there.
If you picked pile one, you picked this diamond sticker. So this is going to be the Modern Witch Tarot. What we're going to do is we're first going to get into I have three oracle cards for the year for this group. And then we also are going to draw out two of these, which are different things that you can expect to receive throughout the year of 2021. And then we'll get into your month by month breakdown. And then we have some stickers on our cool calendar sheet that we made. So for this pile, for pile one, for your mantra for the year is the only approval I need is my own. And that's number 6. Your animal for the year is the bobcat spirit, which is number 8. Life is a mystery. And then for your uplifting message is everyone needs help sometimes. So it can be, you can use that as like an affirmation or as some form of encouragement throughout the year. And then we'll get into see what 2 things are coming to you in 2021. Let's see if they'll send some out for me. Ooh, they sent out 3. Okay. So what they sent out were crown and third eye activation. They sent out soul family incoming. And they sent out love and meeting the one or marriage.
Oh.
This is going to be a big year for this group. Because, I mean, you already have the only approval I need is my own, which already is super powerful in itself. And, like, I recommend for you guys to use this as an affirmation just because that's so powerful because it's empowering. And so that's going to bring you into power. Life is a mystery tells me that you might have a lot of things that spirit is keeping from you right now as far as what's going on with this year. So there might be a lot of surprises on the way. And then everyone needs help sometimes. I feel like this group struggles sometimes with accepting help from other people or for asking for help from other people. And I feel like that's something that you'll be working on this year. And then, of course, with that, like the crown and third eye activation, that's all about like connecting to spirit and your intuition and your psychic gifts and, you know, and using your intuition. And I think that kind of goes along with this life is a mystery because I think like you already know the answers or the things that are coming, but you have to sit down with yourself and listen to your intuition and trust yourself. And I think that might be something you've already been working on. Soul family incoming and love plus meeting the one in marriage, I think go hand in hand, honestly. And that's super exciting.
Sorry you guys, I'm not I'm here. I'm just I'm getting my channeled messages like I always do for you guys. And so I am just about done here. There's just sending me a couple more. Okay, so these are the ones I'm going to be doing the channel messages as we go through all your cards, but these are the ones that are just the general messages that came through for this group before we move on to the next thing, which again, I agree with everything that Becca has said so far about like the crown and third eye activation. I think there's a lot of growth this year for this group. I think lots of things are meant to be surprises. And I think that you're going to see a huge shift from yourself at the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And you're going to be like, wow, okay, like things really did change. Your biggest thing is going to be belief in yourself, I think. But which is why you have that, the only approval I need is my own. But here are your channeled messages. So again, just take what resonates. If nothing resonates from this, but you resonate with the cards, then that's perfectly fine. So we have here healthy foods, more fruit and veg, yoga for stress relief. Movement is really important to shake up stale energy. Plant seeds and have the patience to let them grow. Flow and feel your feelings. Polka dots, Range Rover, Grandpa, foreign exchange students, and Seas Candy. Those are what came through for you guys.
Yes. So any of those messages, if they resonate, then this is the correct pile for you. But you might see some of that stuff unfold throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be really interesting to see what lines up with your tarot cards for each month, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm ready to dive right into the tarot. I'm interested.
Yes, let's go. Let's see what this year has for you guys.
So I'm stoked. I'm going to leave these over on the side over here. So if you need them, we're just going to stick those there. So what I decided to do, or I should say, Spirit is deciding that we do this in quarters. So what that means is the first few months, I'm going to leave them out on the screen as quarter one. And then once I'm done with those, I'm going to take them off and then do quarter two. So it's just like every 3 months. So we're going to start with quarter one. Hold, please. Okay. So for January 2021, which I know right now, like we are currently in January 2021, but these messages are for the rest of January for this, this card. So for this one, we have the High Priestess.
Okay, I
love, yes. And with the High Priestess, the crystal you got is Desert Rose.
Okay.
So Desert Rose is time travel, ancestral healing. I know you can't really read it, but I'll read it to you. Time travel, ancestral healing, and patience. It says, a natural beauty, Desert Rose and its petals were patiently etched by the sand, carrying with them a special message that good things take time. Desert Rose promotes mental clarity by releasing negative belief systems that no longer serve you. Desert Rose has the special power of time travel and is able to heal past wounds that still affect you today and alleviate pain from this lifetime or a past life. Use this stone to connect with your ancestors or past selves you need to reconcile with. It is Scorpio and the planet is Pluto. So already off the bat, I feel like this group is diving deep in with their third eye and their crown chakra. So that card about crown and third eye activation, I feel like that's already happening.
Yes, I agree. So your channeled message that came through very fast and very strongly was meditation and yoga serve you well this month. Use this time to release and heal. Let the truth and life unfold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you guys are really diving into something right now, whether that be past lives, whether that be like, childhood wounds, doing shadow work, just learning new things. So like learning new things that have to do with spirituality or, maybe like astrology or tarot or diving into like things that are more spiritually based. Like I feel like this group is starting to learn new things and kind of starting to use their intuition.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's very prevalent for the rest of this month.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So February, you got the Knight of Pentacles.
Oh, I love. Okay.
Yes, I'm very excited about that. And you got Watermelon Tourmaline.
Ooh, pretty.
Yes, so Watermelon Tourmaline is love, balance, and clarity. Relationships are the currency of life, and Watermelon Tourmaline raises awareness of soul agreements and your impact on other people's lives. This crystal is supercharged to activate the heart chakra, creating a divine connection between you and your higher self. Like the watermelon, it teaches you to enjoy the sweetness of life, remembering good things often take time to ripen. Watermelon tourmaline balances masculine and feminine energies, connecting your heart chakra to both the physical and spiritual aspects of yourself. The signs are Gemini and Virgo, and the planets are Venus and Saturn. And I don't know if I said it, it's love, balance, and clarity.
Yes, I don't think you did, but I think that that makes perfect sense. And with that Nine of Pentacles, for me, that is like normally the way that the Nine of Pentacles is like that's like, you know, reaping the fruits of your labor. But with the crystal, what I got and the message that I got from the spirit, it says trust the process and yourself. Patience is hard, but you're doing great. So what I'm almost seeing is that like that if you do this meditating and yoga and releasing and healing, maybe for some of you, yes, the abundance and whatever it is and the offers are actually going to start pouring in February. But it also might just be that you might actually just notice your own growth, which is going to allow you to keep going so that the offers can pour in following February. So it's a little bit split half and half on how I'm picking up the energy, but that's definitely what I'm feeling for like your February. And
Mhm.
then with matters of love, I'm not personally picking up anything too much, but you did have a heart chakra crystal. And so for me, it's almost more like in February, you're opening up to love and like love coming in. Like maybe you will get asked on a date. And like if you do and you have a good feeling about that person, like take the chance.
Yeah. For me, I think it's kind of a continuation off of this energy with this Desert Rose and High Priestess, because this is asking a lot about like patience and like how, you're healing things and kind of moving forward and connecting with people. And I feel like with this Nine of Pentacles and the watermelon tourmaline together, like that's kind of a continuation. Because for me, it's really like you're working towards this Nine of Pentacles and you're starting to open up your heart and also heal yourself. So for me, this also talks about self love and like allowing yourself to have space, giving yourself that space and time that you need, and still connecting with those people and those spirits and those things that like you started connecting with in January, continuing to do so so that you can work towards this Nine of Pentacles. So I feel like you did get a love card, but I feel more like this is love of yourself and love of those that are already around you, and kind of finding like more of a connectivity because you are opening up that space.
Mm-hmm. Spirit said they want to wrap up this one by saying take yourself on a date. So if you don't have a Valentine and you're sad about it, because for me personally, Valentine's is my favorite holiday. And but I love it no matter what, if I'm single or if I'm with someone, because I'm a romantic. I'm a Libra Venus. I love love, like, and I'm a Libra Sun on top of that, and a Libra Mercury and all kinds of Libra in my chart. Okay, I really like love. Um, and so for me, like Valentine's Day is my favorite, and me and my Pisces mother both really love Valentine's Day. And like, but we just love it regardless of if we're with someone or not. Because I don't know, we just like I don't really have a reason. I just love it. Like I love the energy, I love the idea of expressing love. And like, yes, I know like you can and should express love every single day, and it shouldn't, just be, and like if you want to be cynical, you can be like, it's a Hallmark holiday. And yes, okay, all of those things are very true. But there is just something really nice about a day that is about love, like Love Day. Like, who doesn't want that? Like, everyone deserves to feel love on that day. So, even if you don't have someone to share it with, and that's really what you're wanting, which trust me, girl, I know, like, you can share that love with yourself and with your friends and with your family. And again, safely, because we are still in a pandemic. But, safely do so and let it, let all that stuff unfold how it should. And yeah, I think that will make your February feel really great, which again is going to put in positive energy, which is going to help you in the long run with your goals.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So March, this is the last month of quarter one. So March is the Five of Cups.
Okay.
And the crystal that came with the Five of Cups is blue spinel, which I would say go buy yourself some of this because it's amazing, but it's super expensive. So if you don't have blue spinel, which most people don't own blue spinel, but what you can do is you can print out like a picture of it online, or you can get the card, or you can, imagine yourself holding this crystal, and it's all about intention. So if you don't have this, then you can do it that way and just kind of hold it against your heart, or, see it in your third eye if you're someone that is doing an activation. And that can help you harness that, because I know that this one's a lot harder to find than like desert rose and watermelon tourmaline. So blue spinel is persistence, fresh perspective, and revival. And it says, revive to keep alive. Blue spinel brings new energy to stagnant parts of your life. I think it's actually spinal, but I'm not sure. From inside your body to the world outside. Oh, yeah. The name of the stone comes from the Latin word for spine, so it's spinal. My bad. And blue spinel will give you a strong backbone, sense of self, and reason to stand tall despite any challenges you may face. This is a great crystal for workaholics, as it eases stress and anxiety and instills a renewed sense of resolution. You can make it to the end if you put your mind to it. Blue spinel provides that fresh perspective to reset and rejuice. And it is Gemini with the planet of Pluto.
Okay. So I agree with that. And so your message from Spirit for March is things pick up, busy bee, feeling emotionally drained or lost, so avoid burnout. Grieve if you need to, let go of the old to gain the new.
I feel like there's something that you're working through up here that finally comes to a head in March. And that's when you're going to be letting it go. And so you might be going through a really tough time in March for just a little bit, but it's just because you have to let that thing go. And we had a conversation earlier about how some of the toughest times, what really was happening is you're shedding a layer of yourself that you no longer need. And I feel like that's what's happening in March. You're getting a revival, you're getting a new perspective. And in doing so, you're having to shed this layer. So I don't want you to be afraid of the Five of Cups. It just means like you might have some sadness, or you might have some feelings that come up that are a little bit tougher. And, really be nurturing with yourself, because whatever it is that you've been working through, like this is you letting it go so that you can move forward.
I agree with that 100%. And I think that some of the hardest things is like, letting things go. Like we said, we just talked about this. Like, it's funny because today, like, it was the astrology, right? That said, like, today is a great day for deep conversations with your friends. And we didn't know that that was it because we hadn't checked our apps, and we had been having deep conversations like on and off all day. And so it was very funny, like when we later then read that. And also too, like, I feel like this group could be sensitive to collective energy, which could be why like Spirit's warning about like avoiding burnout, because even if you're like, well, I'm not really doing that much, you might be picking up a lot. And so I feel the need to remind you guys to like cleanse, grieve, figure out if these emotions that you're feeling are yours. And if they are, then know that like things, with that Five of Cups, it's always about that, like, yes, you're paying attention to what you lost, but you're not turning around to see what it is that you're about to gain. Like, she still has two cups that are right there that are brand new and full. And what happens is that cup collection is going to grow, not shrink. So even though you lost three, and yeah, you only have two right now, because some people might be like, well, that's not fair. I had to lose three cups and I only have two left. And it's like, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get another cup like after that. So there's, like that might be what you have left. But sometimes that little bit of hope, those two cups, like, it's all you need to then get like 30 cups.
Yeah, for sure. So that's quarter one. So quarter one overall, like, I feel very much like it's going to be a very healing time and a very awakening time. So I feel like this is when that crown and third eye activation is coming into play. And I think that it's coming into play so that you can let go of something that's holding you back.
Yes.
Because you're supposed to be getting here. And I think that's what this is this is kind of you letting go of something in order to move forward. And that doesn't mean that nothing's going to come in either. That just means that, like, that's the main focus for that quarter, is that you're letting go of one thing so that you can bring this Nine of Pentacles in. For sure. So we will go on to quarter two. And then hopefully I left that out there long enough so that if you wanted to, you got a picture of it. Okay. So, quarter two. So, this is going to be the second quarter of the year. And this is going to be for April. So, for the month of April, you got justice.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. All right. And you got black tourmaline, which is one of my favorite crystals. I actually have some right here. It's very grounding, very protective. So, black tourmaline, speaking of, grounding, protection, and detox. An energetic bodyguard, black tourmaline acts as a psychic shield, protecting you from destruction, negativity, and psychic attacks. It is excellent at establishing boundaries and deflects unwanted mental energies. It is also used for grounding, stabilizing your foundation on earth, and making sure both feet are on the ground. With a natural electric spark, black tourmaline absorbs fears and transmutes those emotions into positive energy. Use this stone to balance your root chakra and detox any anxieties. The sign is Capricorn, and the planet is the sun.
And so here we have, for your April, you had, it's the word disco came through, and so I in parentheses jammed to dynamite maybe. I said, get out in nature, spend time with flowers. And I don't know why this came through. Okay, maybe it means something to you. Maybe this is your favorite candy, but and it was like the voice in the Skittles commercial that was like, "Taste the rainbow." So I wrote it down. I have no idea what it means. It might mean something to someone. And it says things balance back out, protect your energy, and get ready to take a risk.
I feel like for sure, like this group, like again, remember that in March, you're letting some stuff go. So I think in April, like you're coming into a new higher vibration now because you shed that layer. And so, like, I feel like you're going to need a little bit more protection, a little bit more grounding. So, for your stability, because you kind of went through like a harder time, you need to kind of ground and keep yourself, in this space of knowing that you're safe where you are and that everything is happening the way that it's supposed to be.
I agree with that.
Sure. All right. We ready for May?
Yes.
Okay. May is the Fool.
Oh, I just said get ready to take a risk, and I'm the fool. I can't, spirit.
Yes, and you're also going to laugh because the crystal is rainbow obsidian.
Okay, I need to leave.
So, rainbow obsidian is hope, depth, and evolution. Within the darkness, there is always light. When rainbow obsidian's dark exterior is exposed in light, colorful bands highlight the stone's beauty. Rainbow obsidian is a gentle stone, showing you unhealed matters of the heart and bringing hidden wounds to the surface for ultimate healing. Rainbow obsidian takes you on a journey of evolution, of opening your heart and discovering your true purpose in this life. Able to assist in cutting cords, rainbow obsidian floods you with light and love, forgiving yourself and others in the process. It is Libra, and then the planet is Saturn. So I feel like with this month, very much like there is something that you're taking a leap in. There's some sort of, I wouldn't necessarily say, I don't know, risk, like not like scary risk, but it is a risk in a sense. Like there's something you're taking a leap in. You're trusting spirit on something and you're opening your heart to something. And in doing that, it's going to bring you a lot of success. So I feel like this is a very necessary step in your process. And I feel like it's something that's actually really exciting because with Rainbow Obsidian, like, yes, there is a little bit about depth in there, but I feel like it's so like hopeful and it's so much about like evolution and leveling up to the next level that I think that this leap is really going to help you move forward.
Okay, so for your channel messages, these ones are a little bit shorter, but some of them are a little more specific. So again, if it doesn't resonate, just leave it here, okay? So it says the simple message is new journey, because the Fool and spirit is saying that things are going to turn around. Like you might have been like, oh, why are these first 4 months like so like kind of heavy? And it's like, well, okay, just it's gonna be all right. And then I couldn't tell if it was Daniel or Danielle. So I wrote down both. So it could be either of those things. So if that's your name, definitely something in this message for you. Giraffes, paint your own sky and let yourself shine. Those were what came through.
Nice. Okay. This is June. I'm like, what month are we on? So we are on June, the 6th month of the year. And the card that you got is the Seven of Swords.
Okay.
And then the crystal is carnelian, which again, great crystal. Love it. With carnelian, oops, it is courage, motivation, and endurance. Powerful and bold, carnelian increases confidence in yourself, especially when you need to take center stage and use your voice effectively. A stabilizing stone, carnelian helps balance volatile emotions for long-term vitality. Believed to protect the soul in the afterlife, carnelian is a stone of the living, meaning to motivate you to take chances with the life that you have. Life is meant to be lived with passion and desire, and carnelian gives you the courage to do so. Carpe diem, seize the day. It is Taurus, Cancer, Leo, and Scorpio, and then the planet is Sun. You have a lot of Sun energy these 3 months in this quarter. And for me, what this is this is also a continuation of this Fool energy. So even though we have the Seven of Swords, which traditionally, like, some people are kind of afraid of the Seven of Swords, they're kind of like, I don't like that. But for me, with this, like, this card is a little bit different in this deck than it is. I mean, like, it does kind of mirror the traditional Rider-Waite, but for me, I read it differently in this deck. And with the Seven of Swords, like, it's very much about, like, kind of picking your battles to me. And so with that, with along with like the carnelian, like, this is telling me, like, you've already taken this leap and now it's time to move forward, and you kind of have to choose your battles wisely, but they want you to continue to use courage and to keep pushing forward because you took that leap and it was the right thing to do for you. And so now it's about moving forward and knowing what to take with you and what to leave behind.
And I think Spirit is reflecting a similar message. Basically, what they are just leaving for advice here is keep your manifestations to yourself. Jealous people might work against you, and don't fight back or lower your vibe for others. So in other words, like what she said, choose your battle. Like, if you tell everyone what you're manifesting and all that stuff, like, sometimes even unknowingly someone will be like, well, why do they get that and I don't? And that, unfortunately, can be spell work in a way sent against you, especially if they start gossiping about you to someone else. Like, did you know that so and so is trying to manifest like, $1 million? And it's like, what are they, stupid? Like, unfortunately, that does send us some not so great energy. So again, like what you already have been told, to protect your energy, so that's going to help. And you're divinely protected, so don't be scared. I don't think this is anyone out here like trying to like really big old sabotage your plans, like the traditional Seven of Swords said, like Becca said. I think this is more about, if you tell people stuff, they might fight you on it or like nitpick at you or give you crap. And basically, Spirit wants you to just don't even put yourself in that position. Like, and if you somehow do because it slips out and you're excited, and they start like popping off their mouth about like how that's dumb and how you need to be more realistic or whatever it is that they say, don't fight back or lower yourself to their, just be like, yeah, okay, like, I'll take your advice into consideration, and then just let their advice go. Like, don't listen. Like, you don't need to take their crap. You know what I mean? Like, yourself and your own journey, and follow that instead.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And the thing about carnelian, that's a root chakra. It can be root or sacral, but either way, that's about grounding. You have one about love, like the heart, and this is also about grounding and protection. So for me, like the root chakra, like, I feel like you have such a stable root chakra already that this is just going to be where you utilize it a lot. So basically, rely on you and what you know and what your instincts and your intuition are telling you, because you made the right choice. So
Mm-hmm.
when that comes to play, just know that whatever choice you decided to do, you made the correct choice, and now, like, you have the choice to keep moving forward on your path, and it doesn't matter what anybody else says.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. That's what we have for quarter 2. So we'll move on to quarter 3. So so far, I actually think like this year is going really well for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of energy about manifesting something better for yourself. Okay, so we have Q3. So we're going to start with July. And I'm excited about this because I remember these cards coming out. I don't remember most of these cards, but I remember these ones specifically. July is the Ace of Swords.
Okay, finally.
Mm-hmm. Finally, yes. And then the crystal that you got is quartz.
Okay.
So you got growth, alignment, and cleanse. Containing all the colors of the spectrum, quartz is considered to be a high vibrational crystal with many metaphysical powers. A conduit of energy, quartz generates electromagnetic energy and dispels electricity, absorbing, storing, releasing, and regulating positive or negative energy. Quartz is highly personal and works with your energy field one on one, attuning to it according to your needs. Quartz is easily programmable, allowing you to set your intentions so that the stone works in your favor. Set your intentions wisely. All signs, sun and moon.
Mm-hmm. So Spirit was really, really simple with this. They just said, open yourself up to Spirit and their messages this month. Like, you're going to gain insight from opening yourself up to them. They're going to give you some type of clarity, some type of, some idea, something that, some truth, something that is going to change your world in a good way, in a very positive way. And, usually with swords, it has to do with something mental. So for me, that's upper chakras, like crown and third eye. And they were very prominent on like going to them, opening yourself up to them for that aha moment, for that epiphany.
Yeah, definitely. So this is all about an offer of knowledge, offer of intelligence, offer of some sort of higher message coming through, and very much about growth and alignment. So the quartz is a crown chakra crystal. So we already know that this year one of the things that's happening for you is that crown and third eye activation. So for me, this is very much about like you've been activated and now Spirit's going to start sending you all of these messages. And I think that July is a month where you're going to receive messages that ultimately could potentially change the direction of your life completely into like a place where you are like, oh my gosh, like, and what Lena said, like, oh, finally, like, yes, I feel like that's going to be kind of the vibe because I feel like you have been working and like you are, I think that you'll have a lot of good things that happen to you in the months before this, anyways. But I think that this is going to be like you've been wanting something specific. And I think Spirit is finally giving you information on it and saying, like, okay, here it is. Now go chase it.
Mm-hmm.
The next one, so we're in August, right? Yes, August. We have the Three of Wands,
Okay.
which makes sense to me. And the crystal that you got is chrysocolla, which again, another one of my favorite crystals. So chrysocolla is earth, unconditional love, and cleanse. So that's the second crystal for cleansing. Known for cleansing the aura of toxins, chrysocolla is great crystal to use when experiencing high stress levels and burnout. The surface of chrysocolla resembles pristine oceanic views, and the aerial vantage point helps you gain perspective on situations hitting too close to home. Take a step back when those situations arise and remember to prioritize your needs first. Deeply connected to the energy of the earth, chrysocolla reminds us to get in touch with our feminine side, the part of us connected to our capacity for unconditional love. The signs are Gemini, Virgo, and Taurus, and the planet is Venus.
Okay. So normally with the three of wands, this is about waiting. As much as you don't want to hear that, I was like, oh, it is about waiting for your ship to come in. But the good thing is that means to me that there's movement. So you might not necessarily see it. Like, you might get this idea in July, and then you're like, okay, I got the idea. And then like in August, you're putting all the work in, and then you're waiting after you put all the work in, and you're like, where is it? And it's like, hold on a second. But the message that Spirit wants to give you for this time is lavender, specifically lavender lemonade, which is delicious, by the way, on a hot summer day, and read a book while you wait. So again, if you're on another hemisphere, it probably won't be hot. So they said lavender tea in that situation. But for a lot of you, like lavender tea, lavender lemonade on a hot summer day, or lavender iced tea is also fine. And read a book while you wait. So again, that's to me not just about books. So like if you're like, I don't really read, like that's just about do something, like be creative, like do something while you're waiting. Like a watched pot never boils. So if you planted seeds, like you got that message earlier, actually, up about the beginning of the year, plant seeds and have patience to let them grow. So that is
Yeah.
a thing for you this year. And also, before we even got into your cards, I had flow and feel your feelings. So like I'm coming back to these messages that I wrote at the beginning of the year, and I'm a little bit floored.
Yes, I feel like, you might look at this and you might be like, really, I'm going to have to do some waiting. I'm going to have to be patient. And I think that patience is something that, as we go on our journey, yes, it is very hard. It's one of my least favorite words in the entire world. But it's also one of those things where you can't control the timing, and you can't force anything to move faster than it's supposed to. And you wouldn't want to, anyways, because if you decided, like, oh, well, I want this to come in now, and it did, you might not be ready for that yet, or it might not be ready for you. So, like, for instance, if this Ace of Swords is something that gets you to a manifestation of yours, whether that has to do with somebody else, whether that has to do with a situation, like, it might not be time for that yet. And it might just be like you have something to let go of, or someone else has something to let go of, or it just isn't lining up yet. And,
Mhm.
it is hard to wait. It is hard to be patient. And I think, like, during this time, Spirit is kind of encouraging you to find things that fill your time, that you enjoy and that you love, because those things are still going to be bringing you the things that you're manifesting. It's just that these bigger manifestations take time. Because I feel, like I said, like earlier in this year, I feel like you're going to have good things and manifestations come in. I just don't think they're going to be this big manifestation that you've been, like, really, 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 really wanting yet. And I think, like, this is kind of the catalyst for it right here in July. And I think that it's a matter of, like, okay, this is the catalyst, it's on its way, and you're going to start seeing signs, you're going to start getting messages, and you're going to be in a waiting period while that's happening. And they're still going to be sending you messages and things during that time, but I think it's about, like, taking a step back, making sure that you're cleansing, making sure that you are making room for the new things to come in, allowing Spirit to give you those messages, and having grace and patience with yourself during this time is going to be really important.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but Spirit, like the other thing that you need to think of is like right now in this year, we're in a pandemic. So some of those things that you want, it might not even be because Spirit doesn't want to give them to you. It just might not be safe or possible right now. And so unfortunately that does require patience. I know lots of people who had to put travel plans and things on hold, and like maybe that's the thing that you're waiting for, is like you're waiting to move and you can't because there's no houses opening up right now because people aren't like, yes, some people are moving during the pandemic, but because for some people the housing market is really good, but for some of us, like maybe we want to go to like a really nice neighborhood, but we can't because nobody's moving out right now, or like promotion, but again, because of the pandemic right now, that person decided to delay their retirement, so there's no openings for you to move up in your job. And so yes, it does suck to be patient, but like what I'm getting is that like if we are still dealing with the pandemic at this point, I feel like it's going to be at a point where it is getting better, but it's still not time yet. And so yes, you're still gonna have to be a little bit patient, like just based on my gut feeling, and again, could be wrong. But just based on my gut feeling, I feel like 2021 is going to be a great and a magical and incredible year, and things are going to get a lot better. But I don't see that happening until around this time of the year. Like, and by that, I mean, I don't see us being able to leave our houses without masks until like the later end of the year, and maybe not even until 2022. Only because we still have so many people who refuse to wear them, and that doesn't slow the spread. And so, yes, we have a vaccine, but right now, like, if you're watching this right now, and you pay attention even a little bit to the news, and I don't know that much. I know Becca knows more than I do because her sister works in the medical um, industry, but I know enough to know that right now we don't have it available to the public, and it's going to take a while. And even then, people have a choice to not get the vaccine.
Mhm.
So it's not mandatory. So we're still going to have a little bit of time to kind of, basically, contain or eradicate this situation to be in a space where people can go out and do normal things again. So, keep in mind that that could be the only reason that this thing is delayed. And in that space, the thing that I advise you to do is pray for other people. Like, even if you're not religious, you don't have to pray. You could just think about other people. You could just send out good vibes. I don't think praying has to be religious. I think you can just send out good vibes to other people. You can just say, hey, I really hope that, like, gratitude is really what I'm getting, is like, take that time and have gratitude. Have gratitude that you're alive and that you're healthy and that you're well and that, hopefully your loved ones are well. And, that's also going to help again pass the time. But also, it's just really good energy to put out there. And when you put good energy back, you almost like double, triple, quadruple your blessings.
Mhm.
And so I feel like that's just kind of the vibe that, like, because it is, and I say this because I know that when something doesn't go my way, I'm one of the first people that's like, not a jerk, but, I get very sad. And I'm like, well, why me? And how come, like, I have to wait longer? And, like, I don't want to. And, like, Spirit, I've been on this journey for so long. Please, this is not fair. And all of that is still very true and valid. And you are entitled to those feelings 100%, my friend. But what's going to help you get through that time is to actually then breathe, calm down, tell yourself it's okay to feel how you feel. And then once you kind of like shake yourself off a little bit, then you say, okay, this does suck. I'm still going to say that this sucks. I'm not happy about it. It's okay to be mad and upset with Spirit and the universe and the corona, you know? But then you say, okay, but what I'm going to do is instead of wallowing, I'm going to breathe. I'm going to send good energy out to other people because I know that that is good for them. And at the end of the day, it's good for me too.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so for September, super exciting. You got the King of Pentacles.
Heck yeah.
Hmm. And then for the crystal, you have pink halite.
Ooh.
So pink halite is self-love, replenish, and cherish. Vibrating with love, pink halite allows you to shed layers of negative thought patterns and beliefs as you connect to the essence of your true self. Pink halite helps you embrace new spiritual practices as a way of life, preventing you from picking up bad habits to begin with. With this stone, you will make choices out of self-love, honoring the highest version of yourself and trusting that you will make decisions for your highest good. Pink halite is a natural form of the mineral salt, known to cleanse toxins from the aura and replenish one's energy field. The signs are Cancer and Pisces, and the planet is Earth. Lots of Earth energy. And definitely for me with this, again, you kind of had more about like cleansing, but I think this is more so like I feel like you're coming out of this cleansing and into like the last like, okay, I've done enough cleansing now, and now it's about like allowing love and allowing abundance in. Because I feel like, I mean, the King of Pentacles, like that's a really great card to get, first of all, because the King of Pentacles is somebody who's very grounded and very stable and is very good with abundance. So this is very much like focusing on already being grounded and already being in a place where you're ready to receive. And with that, you are bringing in love, you are bringing in abundance. So once you get to this point, I feel like you had to go through this waiting period, and now your manifestations are coming in and you're starting to see it.
Mm-hmm. So the first thing that came up with the messages are heart health. And so we don't really do health readings, but just because they said it, I wrote it down. For me, I was getting this in a positive way. I was getting like either heart health and like your heart chakra was kind of like clearing up, which is great because that's what that crystal was about. As well, which would be great. And also, like, if you have been working on your health, maybe your heart health is improving and you're noticing that like you breathe easier and like you can run longer, and that like, you know, you're having if you have anxiety, sometimes exercise and movement, which is something that they talked about earlier on, can improve that heart health. And actually, with the virus, if you are somebody who had it and you're healed from it, you know, sometime this year, heart damage is something that happens to people who get the virus, and you know, damage to like the lungs. So this could even be that like you're healing and you're getting better and you're like breathing and your heart is starting to like improve and get better. And again, like I said, I don't want to get too specific because we don't really do health readings because we don't want to scare anyone. So again, if that doesn't resonate for you at all, probably just take it as your heart chakra. And if not that either, don't take it, like, please, because our goal is not to scare you, to make you think anything is wrong with you. Please no. We also got the trolls from Frozen, so grounding is what I was getting from that. I was kind of seeing them when they roll into balls and they like kind of unfurl and they pop up. And for me, that's been like you've been kind of hibernating and you're about to like pop up and spring into action. And you're going to be really well grounded and like suited, which is great. And then you have open to receive, believe it, and it's yours.
Mm-hmm. Again, I think that your manifestations are coming in. And I just want to preface with, you know, everything that we say, only take the things that resonate for you. And also, we're not professionals when it comes to the medical field or, you know, any field that has to do with psychology or anything like that. Like, we're not licensed professionals. So any advice, like anything that we give you is just messages. Take what resonates. It's not, you know, don't take it as like legal or medical advice. Like, go see a doctor or go see a therapist or whoever you need to see if that's the case. But I think that this is a positive message. So it's not anything to be scared of. It's just very much about like your heart is opening. And like, I do feel for a lot of people, this is opening to receive, just like Lena said. Like, it's about the fact that you now have a space in your heart and for yourself enough to receive these things because you finally think, you know, I'm worth it and I'm worth these things and I deserve them and they're going to come to you.
Exactly.
Yes. So that is the third quarter of the year. So that's kind of like the quarter where everything is turning around and like you're starting to see all this stuff starting to come into fruition, which is really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So we will get into the fourth quarter, which is my favorite quarter of the year. So let's see what you got.
Same.
Okay. So for October, you got the King of Cups.
Oh, cute. Okay.
And you got Wave Light. So Wave Light, which by the way is a heart chakra stone, decisions, flow, and big picture. And sorry if you can hear my air. It's winter here, so it's cold. But my hair came on. Decisions, flow, big picture. See the forest for the trees, especially with wave light. Big picture thinking is enhanced with this crystal, allowing you to see beyond the details and gain a better grasp over the decisions you must make. Combining intuition with logic, wave light helps you look at all sides of a situation in order to make the best informed decision possible. Clearing energy blockages in the body, wave light sustains flow and regulates circulation for a healthy body and deep soul level cleansing. Use this crystal during the new moon to amplify its powers. The sign is Aquarius and planet is the moon. And for me, this is more of a continuation of keeping your heart open because you're coming into a new space of being emotionally fulfilled as well. So I feel like you started receiving stuff back in September. And in October, now you're receiving more stuff, but it's not the same stuff, if that makes sense. So this is going to require you to keep your heart open and to let things flow and to see things from a bigger picture so that you can continue to accept these gifts.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. And it's so funny because I was writing messages, you know, like as you know, as I do. And what I was getting is emotional balance, which makes perfect sense with the King of Cups and the heart chakra stuff. Seeing how it all like pans out. So in other words, like I think you're going to be looking back at the year in retrospect and seeing how following this guidance did allow you to see why, and like everything's going to kind of like click and make sense to you. And then random messages that came through were bow ties. Before you even mentioned anything about the moon, I had already written down moon rituals. So that was funny. And then spiritual baths to cleanse and eagle. Those were the messages that came through for October.
Yes, and remember, this card actually mentioned cleansing as well. If you don't know what a spiritual bath is, you can look it up. There's actually videos on YouTube. So Luna Nate actually did one that was on like an ASMR spiritual bath. So you could even watch that if you don't have a bath, and that can help you because she can do it by proxy, like clear your energy. So you can do that. Or if you do have a bath and you like to take baths, like I recommend looking up what goes in a spiritual bath and seeing if that's something that you'd be interested in doing, because I know that that's really good at clearing your aura and kind of clearing out your chakras. One thing with spiritual baths is they recommend that you don't stay in one longer than 30 minutes because they are pretty powerful. So if you decide to do that, I definitely think that that's a great idea. Another thing with that is your King of Cups has so much water on it, and not to mention it's mentioning cleansing and the moon, and the moon controls the tides. So for me, this is, I mean, I think that this group, because you're accepting all this new emotional energy, you might need to, I don't necessarily consider it grounding, but kind of ground with the moon. So doing rituals with the moon, kind of matching things up, like that's going to help you with your emotions and letting them flow, which this talked about flowing. So kind of keeping that in mind, like try to kind of keep track of the moon or do things like spiritual baths, cleansing, spend time near water. Like that's going to really help you with your emotions during this time when you're accepting all these new ones that you maybe have never felt before or never had to deal with before. And I think they're all going to be positive emotions. I just think like you might have a tendency to get overwhelmed because of how many good emotions are starting to come in that you're not used to.
Yeah, I agree with that. And another thing that I was going to mention too is that if you don't have a bath, but you have a shower, you can take spiritual showers, because I don't have a bath where I currently live. But I do just really simple. Again, you can look it up, but there's less information on spiritual showers, so you kind of have to search a little harder. But basically, what I do is very similar, but again, be a little, both times be careful because the bathtub can get a little slippery, but or the shower. But what you do is like you can take coconut oil, which is pretty affordable, and like sea salt or Epsom salt or just some type of salt, and you're just gonna in the shower you're gonna use that mixture and scrub your body and just imagine like the water is washing everything away. And again, like don't take longer than a 30-minute shower with that, because again, really that shouldn't, it really, to use the scrub and everything, it probably shouldn't take you more than 15 minutes, but definitely don't go over 30, similar to the bath, and just kind of let everything kind of flow out. Then do your normal shower routine as you would, and just do that. So that would be, sorry, I just wanted to mention that because I know some people, they're like, oh, I just have a shower. So if you don't want to watch ASMR because you're not an ASMR person, you can definitely do that.
Yeah, for sure. So November, we have the Two of Wands, and the crystal is lazulite. So lazulite is cosmic serenity and peace. The cosmic forces are at play with lazulite, bringing serenity, peace, and tranquility to anyone who crosses paths with the stone. Lazulite comes from the Arabic word lazaward, meaning sky or heaven, and referring to the sky blue color of the stone's surface. It stimulates the third eye, drawing out psychic and intuitive abilities and dispelling worry, anxiety, and stress to promote a clear state of mind. Use lazulite when you need extra strength to heal addictive habits and to give yourself that inner peace against any personal demons. The signs are Gemini and Sagittarius, and the planet is Jupiter. And for me, you have a lot of like two energy, so like the number two might be important. But the Two of Wands is all about like a new journey, and she has like a little like phone in her hand. And the Two of Wands usually talks about like being able to kind of see the bigger picture and like go on this new journey and do something that really fulfills you, and like it's the start of something new. So for me, because you come into all of these new energies and all of these new abundance of things or feelings or whatever it may be, you are on this new journey now. You're on this new path. And sometimes with that, you need a little bit more support as far as like peace and tranquility goes, because it might seem like everything kind of came at you so quickly that you might be a little bit flustered, because you're like, oh gosh, like all of this stuff came in and like now I don't really know what to do. And like my head's kind of spinning a little bit. And I think Spirit's just kind of saying, like, this is a new beginning for you and it's super exciting. And right now, it's okay to take a breather and to find that peace and kind of take a step back a little bit and to analyze it a little bit and just kind of let yourself feel and, be in that peace. And I feel like you are going to be feeling a lot more peaceful because of this new beginning. And I feel like in November, it's really going to be apparent and you're going to be seeing it from that bigger picture. And you're going to be able to see, like, oh gosh, I'm so happy that I'm here. Like, I feel so calm here. Like, compared to the beginning of this year and compared to last year, like, this is exactly where I want to be. And it's time that you kind of were able to take that moment and feel that calm and that serenity and that peace.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that completely. What I want to mention here with your channeled messages is that came through was harvest time, meeting new people, possible meet cute. The song "Falling in Love at a Coffee Shop" by Landon Pig. I love
Good
that
song.
song. Take notes in your phone of dreams and your ideas. Plan ahead. Stay grounded.
Sorry, I forgot to switch the quarter sign. But yes, Falling in Love at a Coffee Shop is such a good song. It's actually a very calming song too, if you've never listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
And staying grounded, like, I think that it's really easy, because I do know this mentions the third eye. When you are operating out of like the third eye or the crown chakra and you're connected a lot to spirit, and like this might be that like you are even more reaffirmed in your faith now, or whatever
Mm-hmm.
that may be for you. And so you might have a tendency to be a little bit more like up in the clouds. And I think that Spirit just wants to remind you to stay planted on earth and to enjoy the moment
Mm-hmm.
while it's here. So I feel like that is why grounding is coming into play.
I agree.
Okay, December, my favorite month of the year, other than September. December, my favorite month of the year. You got Wheel of Fortune.
Yes.
Yes. And you got agate. So with agate, it is stability, grounding, and truth. A stabilizing stone, agate is used to balance the mind, body, and spirit, creating harmony in all areas of your life, much like the patterns on the crystal itself. Grounding and supportive, agate helps to reveal inner truths, cleansing beneath the surface to expose your authentic self. A wonderful stone to heal resentment, agate frees you from the self-imprisonment of inner anger, replacing it with safety and security. Agate takes its time, vibrating at a slow and steady pace, and encourages you to take as much time as you need for the matter at hand. The sign is Gemini, and the planet is Mercury. For me, like, before we get to the channel messages, what I'm really getting off of this is the Wheel of Fortune's great. Like, that's a great card to get. It's all about like things moving in your favor, the wheel turning in your favor in a good way. And I feel like this is just a continuation for me. Like, you've already kind of started getting good stuff, and like it just keeps getting better and better. And I feel like they want you to continue to stay grounded and to keep working on anything that you need to work on. So for me, like with agate, this is very much stability, grounding, truth. Like agate it's usually seen as like a root chakra crystal, but it can also be a heart chakra as well, depending on the colors. So with this, like, I feel like it's very much about staying grounded and still believing in yourself. And I feel like you are going to be feeling more warmth and support in December. Like, you've already started this path, and I feel like it's going to continue to keep going is kind of what I'm getting. Like, this wheel is going to keep turning. Like, it started turning already, but it's just going to keep going and going and going. And I feel like some of you might be like, okay, well, when is this going to stop? Because like, this is, like, it's been going for a while. Like, is the other shoe going to drop? And it's like, well, no. Like, enjoy where you're at right now, because you have stability where you're at. You have peace where you're at. You're in your truth. Like, just stay grounded and know that like you can enjoy this moment. You can enjoy where you're at right now because you worked to get here and this is a good place for you and you're going to continue to feel happy. Like you're going to continue to feel grounded. You're going to continue to feel warmth and love. And that's really what I'm getting about December.
Mm-hmm. And I think that the channeled messages do really support that. So what I have here is leaving this year better than you started, seeing so much growth, reaping what you've sown, and that's in a positive way, because I know sometimes we hear that and we're like, oh gosh, Jesus. Build a snowman, celebrate, embrace love in all forms. So we had the thing this build a snowman again reminds me of Frozen. So if you have a connection to that movie, again, there's something in this mess like this, for you. But maybe that's something you can do is watch Frozen like during this time, especially like or any time throughout this year. If you feel down and that movie makes you feel better, definitely do so. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to bring that up. But build a snowman. So, like, if you can build a snowman outside, then do so. Celebrate, embrace love in all forms, connect to music. And Spirit is saying, celebrate and embrace yourself, and all will be well. Live in the now.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, again, great 3 months. Like, I know that it might seem like, oh, I gotta stay grounded and blah, blah, blah. But I think like it's gonna be a lot better than you really think it is, for sure. And I think this year, like it might start a little bit rocky because you're like, ah, there's stuff I have to release. But the reason why you're doing that is so you can get to this stuff. Because I feel like a lot of this is going to be very good and a lot of abundance and a lot of really good things are coming.
Exactly.
So what we'll do to finish up is we will get and we'll take this down. We will get the chart out for the month by month, and we'll just do some stickers on that to see kind of like if they have any other messages they want to give you for like the month by month messages.
Yes.
I'm excited. Okay. And yeah, I guess we didn't apologize and say that these were going to be longer readings, but they're longer readings because they're for the entire year.
Yes. So again, sorry, but not sorry, because I hope you got some useful stuff out of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for the overall year, you got the Fool.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep, so taking those risks, and I'm gonna flip these over.
Fool also then highlights that month that you did get the Fool, which was May.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely keep that in mind.
Yes, for sure. And I'm just gonna flip these over so that when we go through, we can see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're gonna read these here. So January into February. So we know we're already halfway through January, but you got the Lion, which is for me like Leo energy, yes, but also about like courage and bravery and strength. Makes me think of the Strength card. So you might be, kind of dealing with some situations that you have to kind of stay strong and kind of stay in your power, and it might take some courage to get there. And I feel like that's some of the stuff that you've already been facing, but that's going to continue into February.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Feminist.
Yes, so claiming that power, but that's also the Magician card, I believe, like in traditional tarot.
Yes, I believe it is, which is really about like, and I know we talked about in February how you're still going to be coming into this newer energy and letting things go and kind of releasing things. And like, that's very much like, I feel like you're still standing in that power. So that kind of goes right along with the Leo, like the Lion, like the Strength card.
Actually, I was just thinking about that. I can't see the Roman numeral, but that might actually be strength instead of just because of the fist and like that gives me kind of strength vibe. So with the Lion, that even doubles that having strength in this time.
Yes. You got the camera for between February and March. So for me, that's about like making memories, taking pictures, being creative, using that time to kind of do things that, are long lasting is kind of what I'm getting from that. Like maybe in some instances, maybe that's, hanging out with friends and spending time with people if you can, obviously safely. But it also kind of makes me think like maybe nostalgia is something that can help you through, because I know in March we talked about how that month might be a little bit rougher. So that might be like a nod at, do these things that are creative, do these things that bring you back childhood memories that are really good, or hanging out with people that make you feel really good. I think that's really important for March and, well, actually, February and March. In March and April, you got the tennis rackets with the tennis ball. And for me, that's all about play. That's all about like being active and kind of working off that energy. For some people, that's exercise, which if you like to exercise or you're coming into a new routine or like you found like a sport or something that you're really interested in, yes, I feel like that's a nod to that. But it also could just be play. It could just be doing things that make you happy because, again, we said in March, like you might be kind of struggling with some heavier emotions or some heavier things. And I feel like Spirit's trying to tell you to kind of keep it light, like do things that make you happy and play.
Yes, and you also did get the channeled message at the beginning of the year of yoga for stress relief, and movement is really important to shake up stale energy.
hmm Yes. So that could be a time. And obviously, if you're going through like a rougher time where like energies are a little bit heavier, doing movement, like even if it's to get up and dance around for like 15 minutes, like that can still shake up that energy enough for you to kind of get out of any like kind of ruts that you might be in. So that could be really important. Um, Not much is going on in May as far as the stickers go, but in June you got a few different things. So you got New Year's Day, which makes me think that there's something that you were manifesting or that happened on New Year's Day that is important. That's going to come up in June. Who knows what that may be? Maybe you met somebody on New Year's Day. Maybe you invested in something on New Year's Day, or you did something on New Year's Day, and now that's coming back into play. Maybe you made a resolution and like you accomplished that in
Yeah,
June.
you did.
Yeah. You have the smiling boy with the little like he's like blushy in cheeks. So that could be, I feel like that's going to be kind of like your energy. Like I feel like you're going to be in a really good place in June. Like even though like the first 3 months of the year were kind of hard, and like we know 4 and 5 are just kind of like coming into a new energy, but kind of like still in that like period of like having to cleanse and ground and do all that. Like I feel like in June you're really going to be feeling good, and I feel like you're going to start, that's when like your energy's uptaking, like you've kind of gone through a lot of things already and you're feeling good and kind of happy and kind of lushy. So there might be, we did get something about soul tribe and romance. So that could be a nod at that. So you might meet someone or you might start hanging out with somebody a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
You also got you also got the girl with the bunny and she's like super tired. So for me, like this is very much about like, needing to take a rest. And I feel like, after we shed something big, like you did in what looked like March, after you shed something big, sometimes you kind of have to take a break and you kind of have to give yourself that rest. And I think like you might, because you're going through all of this energetic change and going through all of these different things, like you might need to give yourself a little bit more room to rest in the month of June.
Mm-hmm.
Because July and August are very exciting. And we already knew that because we knew July was that new opportunity. So with July, we have the sun.
Yes, I love that.
We have today is your day between July and August.
Perfect.
And we
So
have good vibes.
today is your month. This is your month.
Yes. So for July and August, good vibes. Today is your day, month, couple of months, and the sun. So for me, this is very much like you started feeling real good in June, and then in July and August, you're feeling like so much lighter, so much more free, like happy. Like, yes, I know where I'm going, I know what I'm doing. I have the ideas, I have the knowledge, I have the plan, and you're going full force. And I feel like you're just gonna be feeling really good in July and August.
Yes.
Now, September, October is actually super cute. I don't know what it says because it's in a different language. It's in Korean, but I don't know if you can see it. It's a girl and a guy like cuddling on like there's like a little heart pillow over here, and it's like a little bed with like pink bed sheets and stuff. Again, don't know what they're saying because it's in Korean, but for me, that tells me that in September and October, you're going to be spending a lot of time with a certain somebody. I feel
Mm-hmm.
very strongly like this whole picture is about love. Like it's not like a friendship thing either because she's all up in his business, like giving him kisses. So for me, like if you have been manifesting somebody, like again, what did I say? You got love and meeting the one slash marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in October you got the King of Cups.
Yes, you did.
So for me, this is very much about like that is coming into fruition. So for a lot of people that pick this pile, that means that if you are looking for that romantic love, like those are some months to look out for. Like if you didn't meet them up here or up here, you're going to meet them down here in this
Yeah.
9 and 10.
We haven't gotten to November yet, but I did in your channeled messages. It said, it was picking up at like possible meet cute and falling in love at a coffee shop was the song, so that could be something to take note of as well. So if it's not in September, October, could be November as well.
Hmm. And between October and November, your last sticker you got is this paw print. So for me, like that makes me think like for anybody who has been kind of asking for a pet or manifesting a pet, like that could be that, or you could be spending more time with animals in some way. Or let's say, for instance, like you have a dog and you go to the dog park one day in October or November and you meet this really cute person that also has a dog and you like hit it off. Like again, meet cute or, something like that I'm picking up on. But for a lot of people, like you might be getting a new pet in October, November, and that's a different kind of love too. So that might be something that, either that or like, let's say you already have a partner and you guys decide, like, we want to get a pet. Like, I feel like you guys might together get a pet at that time.
I agree.
Yes. So overall, again, I think this year is going to be very, very I think you're going to have a lot of change that you go through, but I think a lot of it is going to be good. And I think you're really going to enjoy most of this year. Like, I feel like this year is going to be so much more positive than last year. And I feel like you're really going to come into a lot of really great things. And it's really like it might start off a little bit rocky, but not like it's very much full of like courage and strength. So I feel for the most part, like it's all good vibes. Like, it's all about like you're moving forward now and you're coming into this place of just being genuinely happy by the end of the year.
Yes, I 100% agree with that.
So that's all I had. I don't know if you had anything else.
Um, no, I think the last thing that I wanted to touch on for you guys was that I'm just gonna reread your general messages again, just because in case anything else sticks out and it goes with the stickers. Just so you had healthy foods and more fruit and veg, yoga for stress relief, movement is really important to shake up stale energy, plant seeds and have the patience to let them grow, flow and feel your feelings, polka dots, Range Rover, grandpa, foreign exchange students, and sees candy. So those could be things that mean something to you.
Mhm. So let us know, if anything resonated or if you have any comments or anything like that, let us know. I know this was a little bit of a longer reading, but again, it is for the entire year. So, we tried to break it down as much as we could while still keeping it as short as we could. But hopefully that resonated with you. And I hope that you guys are excited. I'm actually really excited for you because it looks like it's going to be a really good year. We hope that you'll stick with us through this year and then let us know next year what happened or month by month. If you want to let us know what happens in July, I would be super stoked to know. So leave us a comment, a like, hit subscribe. If you really want to watch one of the other piles, you can. They're probably going to be just as long as this one, though. So if you have to do things like clean or study or something, you can put us on in the background. But hopefully you enjoyed it, and we will hopefully see you in our next video.
Yes, I 100% agree with that, and I'm very excited to see how the year goes for you. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. If you chose pile 2, you chose this A Star Galaxy sticker. So what we'll do is we have tarot cards and a crystal for each month, but we also have an overview of the year with a couple of oracle cards. And then we'll draw you a couple of our homemade oracle cards to see what's coming in this year. And then we'll do it month by month. And we actually broke it down by, brain, help, by quarters. Thank you.
Yes, the quarters.
We broke it down by quarters. So we'll be doing first, second, third, and fourth quarters so that you can kind of get a picture of those. So that you can kind of see what's happening for each quarter of the year. And then at the end, we will do a little sticker toss on our calendar thing, our makeshift calendar that we made that has it has all of the months. So then we'll see kind of an overview of what else we can get for you there. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer reading. So if you have anything you need to be doing right now, as far as like cleaning or studying or anything like that, you can put us on in the background. Or if you want to, you can just hang out with us for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
the first, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. And I will also be doing channeled messages. If they give me one for every month, then I will definitely read it to you. Nothing comes through for that month, I will let you know. I can tell you that they already started out with a ton of channeled messages for the beginning of your pile, but we'll get into those in a minute. So very excited to see what your year has to bring.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay, super pumped. Okay, so first thing is your mantra for the year. So your mantra for the year, it's number 5. It is the universe has a plan greater than mine, which is actually very exciting. You guys actually got 2 animal cards for this year, so there's 2 different energies that you should focus on. And I'm sorry, I just saw one of them again and I'm laughing. But the first one is the bee, which is number 7. Bee spirit, sweet results await. And then your second one is the koala spirit, which is spirit has a plan.
That's so cute.
Number 35, and it matches with your universe has a plan greater than mine. And then for your inspiration or your affirmation for the year, it's be bright and be happy, you shall shine.
Okay. I love this. So I'm going to read your channeled messages really quick before we actually, no, go ahead and do the other ones and then I'll read them afterwards. Cause
I was going to say, you could probably read them while I shuffle.
Oh, okay. Well, that works too. Okay. So the channel messages that I got for you guys so far from Spirit, just a general of the overview of the year. First message is give yourself a break. Donuts with sprinkles. Nothing blooms all year, but darling, you were born for this. So allow yourself to enjoy and rest when you need to. Oranges, vitamin C and D, daily routines, take time for you, year of change, welcome to the promised land, camera, land before time, the start of your legacy, Aladdin, a whole new world, on by BTS, limes, moving boxes, and a for sale sign. And there's a tombstone that said rip me. So for me, that was again like you're either going to be so floored by what happens this year that you're going to be like dead, or but I was picking up more of like you finally shed the past and you're starting anew, because then right after that they showed me the phoenix, so you're going to be rising from the ashes. Like it reminds me of I'm a big Taylor Swift fan, okay, so I'm always going to make Taylor references, but it reminds me of when like that video Look What You Made Me Do, and she had like buried herself, you know. And she makes a lot of references in her songs about like her past self dying, and like basically I think that's kind of what happened to you guys in 2020. And so now because of that, like you're leaving that gravestone behind and you're rising from the ashes this year, which is great. So let's go.
Yes. And so for the 2 things that are coming to you this year for sure, we have health for a body, mind, and spirit.
Yes. Okay.
And then we have financial abundance.
Yes.
Yes. Super exciting. Yay. So yes, already looking pretty awesome for this year. I'm going to leave that there for like a second so that if you guys want to take a picture of that, you can. And now we will go on into your cards. So we're going to start with quarter 1. So this is going to be January, February, and March. And yes, we are already in January, but this is going to be for the rest of January. Hold on one second.
And I mean, this could also be confirmation for you guys if some of these things already started happening for you.
Yes, it's very true. Like if you've already gotten some of this stuff happening for you in January, then holla. Let us know in the comments.
Yes.
But and so I'm going to leave these actually kind of over to the side over here. Energy. Okay. So for January, sorry, my nose is itching, which is usually a sign, isn't it? That like if your nose itches, that there's something that has to do with that. If anybody knows, leave it in the comments. I can't remember it. Okay, so your tarot card for January is Judgment.
Okay.
And your crystal for January is citrine.
Okay.
And so, citrine, it is creativity, happiness, and manifestation. A powerful and energizing stone, citrine derives its warmth from the rays of the sun and shines positively wherever it's needed. Like vitamin C for the soul, citrine works magic on both physical and emotional levels, transmuting negativity into light-filled vibes and positivity. A great stone for enhancing one's prosperity as well, citrine magnifies your creativity to inspire manifestation, known as the light maker. It encourages fresh beginnings, new ideas, and living life to the fullest. Accept the abundance that is coming your way. Aries, Gemini, Leo, and Libra, and the planet is the sun.
Yes. Okay. So I think that's so funny because first of all, your first channeled message already came through. Vitamin C was mentioned in your crystal, and I mentioned it in your general message. So for me, outside, go outside, like get as much sun as you possibly can, but also again, use this crystal for sun if you can't go outside because it's cold and it's wintry and all those things. But vitamin C, very important. It's going to help with like mood stabilizing things. You can even like diffuse orange oil because orange did come out, which that's a vitamin C. And limes are also another citrus thing. I do not know if they have vitamin C, but I think they do. So again, you also had limes. What's funny is before Becky even mentioned it, I had written down for your channel message for January, new ideas and be open to receive. So right on par, Spirit.
I feel like this is the start. Like January really is the start for this group. Like I feel like judgment isn't so much like judging like bad and good. Like I think it's more of like I don't even know how to explain it, but it's about seeing things clearly for me, especially because you have these mirrors here in this card. And we also have the sun and the moon. Like there's a lot about balancing in this card too.
Well, traditionally, I think a lot of people get judgment and like justice kind of mixed up because they are similar, but they're not the same. So justice is about like right and wrong, karma, balancing out good and bad. Judgment is more about like when they say your judgment day is coming, it means like, because I think I actually just got told that in a reading recently and I was like, yee, but because it sounds because like we think of judgment day, most of us anyway, in the Christian sense of like, you know, when you get judged and if you haven't been accepted by, you know, Jesus and all that stuff, then it's a yikes time for you. But, you know, like judgment day in this sense means it usually means some level up, some like spiritual awakening, which makes a lot of sense to me because you have that purple that is kind of like going like, to me, the way that I see this picture is that that's the back coming forward. So it's like you're that little glass piece that's in the middle of there and you've like just arrived at this. So you're ascending basically is what I'm getting from this.
I'm getting the song I Can See Clearly Now the Rain Has Gone.
I was getting This Is the Start of Something New by High School Musical. So
the reason why I say I can see clearly now the rain is gone is it actually goes really well because I feel like it is about clarity. Like this judgment card is all about clarity. Not only that, but you have the sun and you have citrine. So I feel like you probably are coming out of a really dark space and coming into a place that's a lot more lighthearted, a lot more fun, a lot more bright. And that's really what this is about is creativity, happiness, manifestation, like the sunshine. Like you're finally starting to get to this place of being happy where you're at and you're kind of stepping into your power right now. and like using your creativity, using the gifts and stuff that you have, and you're moving forward. And this is the start.
Yes, I agree with that.
For February, you got the Empress. And you got Rose Quartz.
Okay.
Rose Quartz is love, nurture, and romance. I have a giant chunk of it right there. Calling in unconditional love, Rose Quartz invokes a gentle yet powerful feminine energy that nurtures and protects your heart. It can be used to attract new romance and to build closer bonds in your relationships. Rose Quartz opens the heart chakra and heals heartache, grief, and any unexpressed emotions. It asks that you show yourself compassion, forgiveness, and acceptance. Rose Quartz also inspires beauty in all forms. Open your heart to the beauty within you. Taurus and Libra, and the planet is Venus.
Okay. So before we even got to that, which I love because the Empress again is all about that self-love, and it went perfectly and beautifully with the Rose Quartz. I had written down Love Bug by the Jonas Brothers, which I haven't heard that song in years. Years. I'm actually pretty sure, which give me a second because I'm gonna look at the lyrics, but I think that's a song about where they don't want to get bitten by the love bug. So we might have some people here who are hold on, give me 1 second.
While she does that, the Empress is all about growth and maternal energy, self-love, grounding. Like the Empress is somebody who's very in her power, but like also very grounded, very motherly. So a very nurturing figure. And I feel like with the Rose Quartz, it's definitely about nurturing. It's all about love and nurturing and potentially romance too. But I feel like this is more about like self-love than it is about love with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like this is very much about you're getting to this place now in February of actually allowing yourself unconditional love for yourself. So I feel like you are somebody that probably knows how to give unconditional love, but you might not know how to receive it, which is again why maybe you got love bug, because you might not be somebody who is used to receiving unconditional love from others or from yourself. And so in February, I think like you're in this space now where that's something that you're letting happen and you're letting it in, and it might be a little bit scary, and like it might be something that like you're like, oh gosh. But I think spirit's saying like nurture yourself, show yourself compassion and patience, and allow yourself to feel these feelings and to care about yourself and to let others care about you too.
Yes. So I recommend listening to Love Bug because I actually think it's really soft, and I will get to the rest of your channeled messages in a second, but I am going to point out these lyrics because I do think that they still apply, even though it's a little bit off about what I remember the song being about, but the lyrics still very much apply to what Becca just said, which is, it says, called you for the first time yesterday. I finally found the missing part of me. I felt so close, but you were far away. Left me without anything to say. Now I'm speechless, over the edge, I'm just breathless. I never thought that I'd catch this love bug again. Hopeless, head over heels in the moment. I never thought that I'd get hit by this love bug again. So, again, you can look up the rest of the song, but I wanted to give you a small taste of kind of what the song was about. So for me, this is about, for some of you, this could be about that renewed self-love. And for some of you, this could be about a person. So it really is going to depend on person to person. So again, take what resonates. If you know you're not ready for romantic love, then this probably might not be for you, but you did get from spirit in your channeled message here, self-love, which I did write that, and someone new enters and it changes your life, and accept your power. So that makes a lot of sense to me with that Empress card and, everything else that you had, because I feel like, I just feel like it makes sense with, sorry, my brain is a little bit up and down. So you guys might, again, be coming out of that right now, like with that foggy, and things are going to start clearing up. But really what I'm feeling for you guys is like, for some of you, it is maybe you're going to meet someone. And for others of you, this could be that you meet someone that somehow leads you to your person, or you meet your person but you don't yet realize it's your person, and you guys become really good friends, and then later you fall in love, and so it's different for everyone. For some of you, I'm getting this is a new career opportunity that steps in and changes your life. And so this is going to be about you finding that self-love to accept your own power so you can let these really, really awesome things in.
Mm-hmm. I did draw one Romance Angels card while you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And the card that you got is give your relationship a chance.
Okay.
And work on your partnership. So for me, that actually, if you are meeting somebody new and it is a matter of you're feeling these feelings you've never felt and like you're starting something new, like give your relationship a chance. So you don't have to dive in head first, but if there's somebody new coming in, it is about letting them in and kind of, and of course, this is with your discretion. Take it as it resonates because not everybody's going to be for you. But if you are feeling things and like this person is trying to show you love and it's a healthy situation, give your relationship a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for March, I'm super excited. This group got the Six of Wands.
Yes.
And you got rhodochrosite. Rhodochrosite, relationships, healing, and karmic lessons. Compassion runs through the veins of rhodochrosite, reminding you of your worth and capacity for self-love. A healer of relationships, rhodochrosite opens the heart for healthy communication and breakthroughs. It can attract soulmates into your life, building connections that often feel karmic or fated. Every lesson is for your highest good, and with that perspective, know that whatever is happening for you, not to you. My least favorite phrase, but I digress. Rhodochrosite encourages you to express your feelings and reinforces that it is safe to share who you truly are. Leo and Scorpio, and the planet is Mars.
Yes. Spirit was very, very, very just quick and straightforward with this message. They just said, new, give it a go. That's all they said. Nothing else.
Yes. For me, like with this is victory. Like whatever you've been manifesting, like if there's something big, like this card is all about relationships and healing and fated connection.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like if you haven't met this person that you've been manifesting in February, you will probably meet them in March.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, like these 3 months together is massive change, like
Mm-hmm.
massive. And I feel like it's very, very love focused, very relationship focused, not only
Mm-hmm.
with others, but also with yourself. But I feel like there is a lot coming in about relationships, and unconditional love is a big theme in the first quarter of 2021.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. And I think you're going to find unconditional love with yourself first. And because you do, and you take that space for yourself. Becca and I were just talking about this today about unconditional love and what it means, and about we're gonna do a whole video, I swear, on this topic alone. It's probably just gonna be a talk video because we're not super comfortable on camera yet. We're trying, we're doing our best here, but it might be a talk video, just because even though we would consider doing it on our Twitch, we would want it to try and reach more people. So maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it on Twitch and then we'll download and upload the video and so people can see it. But on YouTube, you'd make it a little bit more concise. And so I'm rambling now, sorry. But my point is that we talked a lot about unconditional love and the almost toxic, so what did I say earlier? I had a word for it. It was toxic, self-sufficiency, toxic self-sufficiency that people think means about love. And so for you guys, I'm getting more of with this thing is you've kind of learned how to break that toxic self-sufficiency. And like I said, what I mean by that is it's not that it's bad to be self-sufficient, because it's not. But there is this in a lot of communities where they say you can't, if you want to be with someone at all, then you're toxic. And it's you're just supposed to not want love, and then it just finds you, and it's like, that's not, no, that's not correct, not true, false, big lie. Like, no. So we could do a whole rant just on that. And I mean rant in a loving way, because people are entitled to their own opinion, but I think that it's hindering to a lot of people's own healing, because they think that they have to go through these things alone, rather than accepting love in all forms, and self-love being the biggest. And so I feel like you guys are going to find that self-love, that unconditional love for yourself. And because you do that, that person is just going to be like, boom, at your door. And so that's definitely what I see for you
Mhm.
guys.
For sure, which is super exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quarter one. That's just quarter one.
Yeah,
So
that's what.
I know that's wild. And I feel like this group, like I feel like you've been working for a long time on whatever this is. And I think like that's super exciting that, now it's time. Like you might be like one of those people that's like, oh, I've been waiting so long. I don't know that I really have that much faith that this is going to happen anymore. And spirit's like, lol.
Yeah.
Like, well, just
Like,
watch.
yeah. Like, you'll never doubt again after this year.
Yeah. Okay, quarter two. So, April. April, you have the Eight of Pentacles.
Okay.
So, this is going to be already probably more of a career focused month.
Mm-hmm.
You also got Amazonite, which is a throat chakra crystal. Amazonite is objectivity, filter, and truth, which Filter by BTS, Jimin, you should go listen to that.
Good song.
Filtering vibrations is what Amazonite does best from electromagnetic pollution, your thoughts, and environmental influences. So if you're prone to environmental sensitivity, Amazonite has your back. This is a great way to cleanse yourself from objectivity if you need a break from your devices. Amazonite encourages discernment, allowing you to be unbiased in your decision making. Objectivity leads the way, offering clarity on which choices are best for you. Detach from the outside in order to connect to the inside. The sign is Virgo and the planet is Uranus.
Yes. I 100% agree with this for you guys. It's definitely more of a work focused month. And I think your channeled messages definitely support that. So what you have here, sorry, I was also writing down the card and the crystal, so that like if we later, if I need to reference back, I remember what was there. So it says, the first thing that came up was a hand in a basket. So for me, that's about like going in and like, again, that could have to do with the crafting and going in and getting like a creative idea and taking it out of like your wealth of ideas. But it can also be about like, for me, a basket makes me think of like picnic, and picnics make me think of abundance. So again, it's kind of like putting your hand in that basket and grabbing that abundance for yourself. And you have baby steps, moving boxes, bells, crafting, be creative, and enjoy the process.
Yes, very much so. It's all about work for this month. And the thing about it is, I feel like it's work that's creative. So I feel like a lot of people that pick this pile, you do something creative for your job.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this month is very, very job centered, but I feel like it's more about making sure that you're still doing the things that you love, no matter what anybody else says or does.
Yes, I
So
agree.
I don't feel like you're going to have any struggles as far as like work goes. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's just a more of you're going to be focusing more on work because you're going to be coming into this place of having to really stand up for what you love, and like just knowing that you're on the right path, and like you're going to find like a passion is kind of what I'm getting. Like you might already be doing it, but I feel like you're going to fall even deeper into it in April.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry if you hear me moving around, cat, it's fine. So May, you have strength. And for your crystal, you have, oh man, I'm not going to say it right. Lepidocrosite. It's a
Okay.
combo crystal. It is open heart, grounded, and teacher. It says practical and methodical. Lepidocrocite approaches spirituality in a tangible way, grounding practices back to earth while staying connected to source energy. A great crystal for teachers or anyone who wishes to pass down spiritual teachings. Lepidocrocite values tradition and educates without judgment, sharing wisdom for humanity's highest good. Lepidocrocite helps with committing to your life's purpose, staying focused on the task at hand, and taking action in order to make progress. Each day, you're one step closer to your dreams. The sign is Sagittarius, and the planet is Earth.
Okay. I like that a lot. Okay, so the reason you might have heard me typing a second ago is because like if I get a song and I don't know who it's by right away, I tried to find it. I did not have luck with this song. So I'm gonna just say the lyric, and if you know exactly what song it is, then great. And if not, just take the lyric as it resonates. But what I heard specifically for this month was um it's a song, and all I hear is the part where it goes, "It's all about you." I don't know who sings it. I hear it. I just can't, it's not coming to me who it's
Oh,
by.
I know that song.
Yeah, see, she knows it too, and I'm like, oh, who is it by? I can't remember. If Becca remembers, great. If we remember before we put up the reading, we might link it. If we don't, I'm very sorry, but maybe you'll know. Um, the other thing that came out was just "Be True, Be You," which makes a lot of sense with those. But that those are the channeled messages. And I think that, this month is going to be about having that courage to take those leaps forward, because you might be presented with opportunities that you're a little bit shy about taking because you think like, well, am I good enough for it? And it's like, yes, you are. Go.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Like, I feel like this is very much about like you have gotten to this level of knowledge and of connectivity with your spirituality, or with whatever your purpose is, that like you're on path and you're doing your purpose. And because of all the work that you've put in, like you're ready. Like you keep going because you're on your path, you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing. And I feel like it's just about keeping your heart open, staying grounded, and knowing that like this is correct for you. Like, and you might not even it I almost get this feeling of like disbelief that you're here. Like
Mhm.
you're kind of in this space of like, is this really happening? Like
Yeah.
that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting for May. And so for me, it's just about kind of like making sure that you're staying grounded while still staying connected is really the struggle that's going to come in. And it's just about being strong in that and knowing who you are and in standing in that power, even if you might be kind of afraid or if you might be kind of overwhelmed. Like take a deep breath and just know that like this is, yes, you're here. Like you are here. This is happening and it's okay.
I agree.
Um, sorry.
Sorry, before we move on, I also would say that like this would be the time where that "On" by BTS song that came up in your overall, I feel like this might be the time where this comes in, because that song is all about like like bring the pain, and like that for me, like that's rain be pouring, sky keeps falling every day on. So like don't let the things, like if things aren't going like perfect and like little things bump up here and there and you're like, oh, I don't know if this is really for me, like I feel kind of stressed about this, like I don't know, like I keep messing up or like anything like that. It's like basically that song is all about like no matter what comes at me in life, I'm gonna go forth with a ferocity, because like it doesn't matter, like I'm destined for something. And I think that's the energy, like again embodying that energy of that. I believe it's a tiger on that card, but traditionally it's a lion. But for me, I definitely get a tiger energy from you guys, so it makes sense.
Mhm.
Definitely embodying that energy and like being like, yes, I'm gonna go for my goals regardless.
Mhm. For sure. And it's a white tiger too. Rare tiger. So, June, you got the Queen of Cups.
Yes, I was seeing wedding bells, so that was okay. I'm glad that I had that right.
And then you got blue Aragonite. Blue Aragonite is empathy, compassion, and communication. Communication is key, and with blue Aragonite, you will definitely send the message. Blue aragonite activates the throat, third eye, and heart chakras, allowing you to communicate from a whole and centered place, while the stone instills hope and inspiration. This crystal enhances your ability to empathize and show compassion for others, fostering authentic connections. Blue aragonite's communication skills also carry across when you're communicating with the spirit realm, cultivating a calm and relaxed space for even more clarity to come through. The sign is Capricorn and the planet is Earth.
Okay. So very minimal messages here. But what I was getting was, like I said, I saw wedding bells. So for some of you, like, yes, this could be about actual marriage. Like maybe some of you are getting married this June, and maybe some of you are, getting engaged, or like again, if we're spoiling the surprise, sorry. For some of you, this could be about again just a next step in a relationship. I'm seeing like also a mixing of a soup pot. So I was seeing like someone like throwing ingredients like in a soup pot and they're just mixing it. So for me, that's more about like dating your life. So this is going to be a great time to manifest, especially if you are emotionally balanced right now with that Queen of Cups. Because when you're in an emotionally great place, you can add more power to that manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I also saw two pairs of shoes by the door. So for me, that could be about two people that are potentially moving in together or getting to know each other. Cause like maybe you invite this person over to your house and you have your shoes by the door, or, at their house, and you take your shoes off and you guys like sit and talk, or like, just like dating, or even just getting closer to someone. That's definitely the vibe that I was getting by those two pairs of shoes by the door.
Mm-hmm. And I get that from these cards too.
Mm-hmm.
Because Queen of Cups is very much about like emotional stability, right? Because she's someone that's
Mm-hmm.
very balanced emotionally and understands her emotions and is very good at communicating them.
Yes.
And you have empathy, compassion, and communication. And so
Mm-hmm.
for me, like what this really says, especially after reading this card, like fostering authentic connections and having communication come into play, I feel like very much like this is a time, like if you have met somebody already, like this is dating. Like
Mm-hmm.
this is getting to a deeper connection and feeling emotional fulfillment from whatever connection and communication you have going on. So for a lot of people, I think like if you've met your person by this point, like this is about dating and about finding that this is a deeper emotional connection and
Yes.
feeling emotionally fulfilled by that. And then of course, if you haven't and you are like not really into the dating scene, I feel like this is having a deeper emotional connection within yourself. So you've gone through all of this stuff and at this point you're feeling very very strong in yourself and like you're feeling finally that balance of emotion.
Mm-hmm. And if not, again, if you aren't into the love stuff, but you're like looking for soul family or friends, that can also be this, like as well. So again, different messages for different people, but it definitely feels very strongly like romantic love, but again, it does not have to be.
Mhm. For sure. And I think like for quarter two, like this makes a lot of sense. It's not as much love focused as it is self, like your
Mm-hmm.
passions, your purpose, communication, like feeling emotionally fulfilled, feeling strong, standing in your power. Like that's very much what quarter two is about,
Mm-hmm.
which again, a beautiful 3 months.
Yes.
Now we're going to go into quarter three, which is going to start with July. Change that out this time. I won't forget. Okay, quarter three. For July, you got the Queen of Pentacles.
Okay. Wow.
I know, immediately after that Queen of Cups. And you got Kunzite. Kunzite, love, femininity, and transition. As it breaks down barriers surrounding the heart, Kunzite offers unconditional love to heal lingering wounds. Kunzite helps you feel safe while being vulnerable, allowing you to express your love authentically and expansively. A highly vibrational stone, Kunzite's protection can be used as an energetic shield that surrounds your aura and protects it against emotional vampires and negative influences. This stone aids in feminine rites of passage, from puberty to becoming a mother. Kunzite supports loving your body no matter what phase of life you're in. Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio, Venus, and Pluto.
I love.
I'm going to pull a Romance Angels card for this one too.
Yes.
But I feel like with this, like, this is a lot about love, but I feel like it's very grounded stability in love. And I feel like for those of you that have started dating somebody by this point, like this is going to be you finding another form of stability in here, like another level, basically. And I feel like it's really going to be like accepting people into just another deeper level of yourself. And for a lot of you, I think you will be finding love this month if you haven't already, and that's something that you're looking for. I think July could be a big month for you.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Um, so the first thing that came over channeled message was Firework by Katy Perry. Like I heard it before she even pulled the cards, so I wrote it down. So that's a song that could mean something to you. The line that always sticks out to me, of course, is the one that everybody knows: "The baby, you're a firework," and like let your colors, so again, this is about, to me, opening up to someone else. And with the kunzite and then like the rest of the messages, I think that makes sense because I was seeing like a little like, I see this in a cartoon version, of course, because I'm very squeamish. So, uh, if you're squeamish, try to imagine it as a cartoon as well. But it's like a little beaten up heart, and it's like all stitched together with some like band-aids, and then like they also said take the hand. So for me, this is about a connection with someone. Again, it doesn't have to be romantic, but it does feel like it's.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if it is romantic for you, again, this can be about self-healing. You're healing yourself and bandaging up your own heart, or your bandaged heart is starting to actually, like, I think, yes, that you guys have done a lot of healing work. Again, like I said, we could make a whole rant about like the whole toxic stuff that we talked about earlier, but it's not that this person is fixing you, not at all. It's that they're showing you that you did all the stitching and the bandaging yourself, but they're basically showing you that it was worth it to bandage and stick your heart back together after all of this pain, because there is someone who wants to help treat your heart with gentle, loving care. That is definitely what I'm getting off of this.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to be floored. You got new love. A new person has stirred your romantic feelings.
Boom.
Yes. So, for a lot of you, if you haven't already gotten love and you are manifesting love, July. July is a really important time for you. It could also be new love in the sense of letting somebody in. So, like, you
Hmm.
might have been dating someone for a while and now you're actually letting them into those deeper levels and you're actually like in love. So,
Hmm.
because like when you start dating people, you aren't always in love right away. So,
No.
it could be that, it's taken you a little bit of time, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's taken you a
Yeah.
little bit of time, and now you're finally like, I love this person.
Yeah. And for some of you, this is also about like, because which I definitely probably talk about it more like later in the year, because we talked about the pandemic in the last one, and so we're but what I'm getting is too, for some of you, like some of you might have met this person on like a dating site, and you guys might have been, or if it's long distance and you met by chance somehow and like started talking over the internet, like some of this could be that like you don't get to meet this person in person until July. And so that could be really when things go to a new level, because of the fact that you couldn't meet physically before that. Because I do think we're going to be in this pandemic for a little while longer. Just again, I don't want to rant too long again and eat this pile, but just, I don't think, I hope very much so that we are able to be normal by July. There's no guarantee of that. Yes, we have a vaccine that's starting, but, could take some time to clear things out. And so just basically, for some of you, I'm getting that because of, things that are going on in the world or just schedules or whatever, it might be that you met this person somehow online for some of you, and you guys have been talking all this time and like dating online, but maybe you don't get to meet in person until July. And that's really when it shifts into that new love for you, where it's like Becca said, you're suddenly like, yeah, I really like this person because our chemistry and the physical is amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's very exciting. I'm actually really I'm feeling a little bit emotional about that month. So I know that like this is going to be a really big deal for anybody that picked this pile. Like,
Yes.
I don't feel like there's anyone that picked this pile that isn't looking for this because of how many love messages we've gotten in this pile.
Yeah.
Which if I'm wrong, I have been known to be wrong. This could be something completely different, but what I'm picking up from it is very much that it's romantic, like love with another person.
Yes.
I do feel like this is going to be something that a lot of people that pick this pile have really been wanting for a really long time, and that it's happening. And like I know a lot of you are going to be like, "Oh, well, they always say that," but I feel it in this pile.
Yeah.
Um for the next month, for August, you got the 8 of Cups, and I'll tell you why I'm kind of chuckling about that a little bit. And you got Golden in Hydro That's a type of diamond, guys. It says sunshine, vitality, and joy. Containing floating gold liquid, golden hydroherkimer is named after the oil suspended within the crystal. Rare and possessing wisdom from the Himalayas, where it is found, this stone stimulates the third eye and enhances intuition and connection to the universe. Golden and hydroherkimer promotes gender fluidity and acceptance, assisting in transitions and connecting with one's gender or healing wounds. Strongly tied to the solar plexus, golden and hydroherkimer can clear out emotional baggage from many lifetimes. Live out loud and proud. Sagittarius, Sun. And I'll tell you why I'm laughing. One, because for me, this could very much be about getting engaged. So, again, if we ruin that, sorry. But this could very much be about getting engaged because 8 of Cups is leaving things behind that no longer serve you. And then with the diamond, I mean, come on. Like, for me, that very much could be an engagement, but it also could just be that, let's say, you're moving somewhere. Like, let's say you make a stronger commitment and you decide to move in with this person in August. Like, that's a very high possibility. Or it could just be that you're leaving old things behind, very much so, and you're standing in your power and you're loud and you're proud about it. But for me, like, I very much feel like this is either going to be a big move, or a next level of a relationship or engagement.
Mm-hmm. 100% agree, because the channeled message that came through very strong for me right away was moving far away. That was the first thing that they said. Travel. And then they did say bling bling. So for some of you, there could be an engagement ring. That could also be for some of you, depending on how you and then trust the new path. Those were the messages. So yes, I think for a lot of you, like, we did get something up here about moving boxes, but I didn't feel like you guys were moving. So what I felt more for April back there with the moving boxes is that, like, more you were looking, like you were considering, like, okay, I'm starting to make money now, or like, maybe you already have money, or maybe you just see my financial situation is a good place, I'm going to start looking for homes. And like, but so like the moving boxes could be because, or maybe you do move but it's a very small move, and then in August, like you just move apartments or something, and then in August you're like, you and this person are super into it, it feels right, and you're trusting yourself, and you're like, okay, let's do this, like, let's move in together, let's buy a house. And so you're moving again and again. For some of you, that thing in April could be a metaphorical move. It could just be like, maybe you rent a new office space. There's so many possibilities on why there are moving boxes. Like, could even be that you're donating some stuff, like, so lots of things. But definitely in August there's some type of big move or shift of energy that is very big, and I feel it very much in my solar plexus.
Like, this is going to require a lot of courage, I would say.
Mhm.
And I think it's going to be something that's very, like, spur of the moment almost. Like, you're going to be like, no, I'm ready for this. And you're going to do it. And I think it's going to take a lot because you're going to be like, oof, because it takes a lot of confidence, right? But I think that no matter what, you're going to make that decision because it feels right. It's right for you. And that's what you want. And you're going to go
Yeah, I
after.
see that scene in Rapunzel, which I if I remember, I will have Becca link it down below, because I think it's so funny. It explains most people's anxiety very well. But especially because they gave out that trust the new path message. I'm seeing that scene where Rapunzel is on the tree, and she's like swinging around on her hair, and she's like, "This is the best day ever. This is the worst day ever. I'm a terrible daughter. I'm the best. I'm having so much fun." And I feel like that's going to be your energy in August, because you're going to make this really big decision. and you're gonna go back and forth a lot of like, oh God, why did I do this? And then like, yes, this was the best choice I've ever made. And like, holy crap, I moved across the country. What was I or like, maybe some of you like you live in America and now you're moving to Australia and you're like, oh my God, why did I do that? So, like, that's definitely the energy that I'm picking up on for you guys.
Yes, agreed. So let's see what September has in store. I'm already you got the Ace of Swords.
Okay, so I think that you're gonna very quickly realize that that was the right move.
Yes, and you got Tree Agate. So, tree agate is stability, grounding, and root. So again, putting down roots somewhere, I see.
I need to cry. I just wrote that down.
Tree agate is a state. Sorry, I'm tongue tied. I think you will be too. Tree agate is stable force that grounds you back to earth, rooting you to the core of your being, a stone in resonance with nature. Tree agate asks that you nurture the seeds you planted and provide enough sustenance for them to succeed. Weed out the negativity and naysayers, including your inner critic, and know that despite it all, you are good enough. Tree agate promotes security in moments of growth, so you feel safe as you expand in your journey. Follow your truth and know that you are supported along the way. The sign is Virgo, and the planet is Mercury.
Yeah, so I think that this group, if you are a Virgo, happy flipping birthday.
Right?
But first of all, what came through as before she even read it, I was writing down, putting down new roots when the Ace of Swords came out, and I was like, oh, so like, okay, so that's big. You're going to be putting down new roots. And then you have what they said is, because I wrote down in here the start of your legacy was this year. And they said in September, this is where your legacy begins. Enjoy yourself.
Wow.
So those are some big boy words from Spirit.
Yes. And I mean, I know that like this feels like a hype you up reading, but like honestly, we don't know what's going to come out. so
Yeah.
so, and like even though I draw the cards, I don't look at all the cards. So I don't know what's, in the cards before we read them. And so for us like this is there's it's been beautiful so far.
Yeah. This is not faux excitement. Like we actually get this excited.
Yeah, like I am shocked at this reading right now. And like the thing is like I know for a lot of people, like they're always like, yeah, but everybody always says like the stuff is gonna happen and it hasn't happened yet. And it's like, if you believe it'll happen, it'll happen. And I think like this actually, if you chose this group, a lot of the stuff that's gonna happen to you is destined. So it's not like it's like a, oh well, what, I don't believe that much, so I guess it's not going to happen. Like I think it's one of those things where it's like even if you don't always believe or like you're not fully there, like it's going to happen. like
Yeah.
it's kind of one of those things where it's like spirit's going to make it happen because it's part of your destiny.
But I think the thing is that like you have to have some sense of belief, and the thing is like I think if you pick this group, you do, and you just get in your head a little bit. And that's why they keep telling you to like give yourself a break, like, rest when you need to, take time for you, because you need to be able to believe that these things can happen for you. And I think you will, especially by this time, for sure by September, because in the beginning of the year, like you had stuff about self-love and like, even some romantic love coming in, but a lot about like self-love and accepting your powers. And a lot of this year is about you stepping into this power. So I feel like by the time you get here to September, like you're gonna be blown away. And I really do think that like these are people that want this. So I don't see this as anybody that's like going to be really wishy-washy on like their manifestations or anything like that. Like I think you guys are in this, and even though you have doubts, you're like, and it's okay to have doubts. Just keep going. And I think that that's what you guys are going to do. You're going to keep going no matter what. So these things are going to happen because you're going to keep going. And that's just how the law of attraction works. Like if you keep trying, even if you get afraid or scared or whatever, if you keep trying and putting that effort and that energy out there and doing your path and going, like there's no way that it's not going to turn around at some point and come back to you. That's literally how, like, if you look up the science of the law of attraction and just physics and all those things, which like some of those things make my head spin because I'm not very like big brain energy as far as like that stuff goes. I'm more artsy big brain. But I do know that that much. There's actual science that backs that up. So if you're someone who's very logical, you can go look that up. You're eventually going to get back what you put out, because that is just how the laws of physics, the law of attraction, all of that, that's how it works. So, you know, it doesn't, the thing is that like if you remind yourself like that there's nothing wrong with believing in your dreams, like, you know, and believing in what you want, like you're going to see a lot better results. And so like I know it's hard because again, like I said, I'm one of the first people that's always like, yeah, spirit always says that. But like I still keep going on my path even though I'm whining. Like because I do in some level really believe in this, or I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I would just walk away. So even if I whine or complain or whatever, like, you know, spirit probably just kind of giggles at you and it's like, oh, they're so funny. Like, you know, because they know that you believe. And so, you know, I think it's just about allowing ourselves to shed that like idea that we can't believe in good things and dreams and like be dreamers and stuff like that. I think you can be a dreamer and still be rooted perfectly in the ground and be realistic. And, you know, that's something that I'm learning to do right now, is to be able to say, yeah, I believe this is going to happen for me. I don't know when or how, and I don't know all the details, but I know this is going to happen for me. And so I'm going to go forth knowing that at some point, some way, somehow, all of this stuff is going to happen for me, and then watch it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, like it was more of a, if you are somebody that suffers from like, I always say this, like again, it's going to happen because you believe it or you wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
And like, sorry if you hear the plane, it's loud. With
Oh,
this Ace of Swords and Tree Agate, like you're going to go through these changes. You're going to, you know, make this big shift, this big move, and then you're going to be rooted. You're going to start rooting yourself into this new place, this new journey, this new start, whatever this is. And I feel like it's just, it's inevitable.
mm-hmm. Again, remember that Spirit said, this is where your legacy begins. Enjoy yourself. Just, that's heavy. Like, and heavy in a good way. Like,
Yeah, that's what we like. That's the heavy we like, man.
yeah.
Ah, oh man. I don't even know if we can get better for quarter four, honestly. Like we're gonna try, but we'll see.
I heard the Bruno Mars when he says, don't believe me, just watch. So that's Spirit to you guys.
Okay, starting in quarter four. So let's start in October. Ready?
Right. My favorite
We've
month
got
of.
the Two of
Oh my
Pentacles.
god, I should have said it, but I was gonna be like, I won't be surprised if Ten of Pentacles comes out next for you guys, or
You
like
mean
sometime the rest of the year.
the Two of Pentacles?
Oh, I thought that was 10. Okay, well,
No.
either way, that's still a great card. But
Yeah.
so, if Ten of Pentacles comes out, I'm gonna lose my mind. So let's drop that here now.
You got hematite.
Okay.
So hematite, grounding, magnetic pull, and focus. With a magnetism that is sky high, hematite has the ability to absorb negative emotions and create strong energetic boundaries. Its authoritarian force releases self-imposed limitations, a powerful stone to use in grounding oneself. Hematite activates the root chakra and balances out the 7 chakras by pulling toxicity from your aura. Deriving from the Latin word for blood, hematite cleanses the blood in the body by promoting circulation and energizing the nervous system to begin anew. Use hematite when you need that extra boost. The signs are Aries and Aquarius, and the planet is Saturn. I think that October is all about balance. I think you're going to be in a new place and a new journey and a new start. And it's going to be one of those things where you've had to go through some scary stuff because it's new and like new things are scary. And I think that you're going to have to try to stay grounded and keep your focus because like we said, like there's a lot that's gone on to get you to this point. And I think like you're gonna be great. Like, I think everything's gonna be good. It's just a matter of, you're on your little baby giraffe legs because it's new. And so
Hmm.
it's a matter of staying grounded and kind of letting yourself, clear any energies that come up that are negative. So, like, if you have anything, like, if you have fears that are coming in and you're having like doubts or anything like you're afraid of, like, I feel like spirit's just saying, like, let it be there, like, accept it, feel your emotions, like, go through it, but make sure you're continuing to ground and keep your focus on like how you really feel, and like spend time here in this moment while you have it.
Hmm. I agree with you, because the thing that they said in their message was learning to balance the new in Libra season and grow with the changes. So grow with the things that are changing and different for you right now, and in that time. And you're going to be learning to balance in Libra season, and there is no better season to learn to balance in. So
That's correct. Um, so not too much in October. I feel like it's going to be a month of just kind of getting your feet on solid ground.
yeah, probably because spirit doesn't want to kill you.
Yeah, they don't want you to die. They want you to be excited.
Yeah.
So you got for November the Seven of Cups.
Okay.
So choices. But you also got Jade. Jade is wisdom, abundance, and good luck. Jade is highly prized and sacred, a wonderful stone for protection and healing. Known as a dream stone, Jade will stimulate messages and channel them into your dreams when placed on your third eye chakra. The ultimate good luck charm, Jade promotes prosperity in every aspect of your life by opening the heart chakra and boosting your ability to receive. Wealth is nothing without your health, and Jade is a reminder of this true abundance, amplifying the good fortune of your vitality. Remember, you are a spiritual being having a human experience. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Libra, and then the planet is Venus. And so for me, this is not like bad choices. Like, this is a lot of really good things are coming into play, and it's kind of your choice on what you focus on and when. But no matter what, like, abundance, good luck, wisdom, wealth, like, you're still getting all of these good things that are happening, but you might have some choices you have to make about like what are you focusing on in November.
Hmm. Yes, and I agree with that, because what they had here was new opportunities. So the Seven of Cups. Look over each option carefully. And then they said dance, dance. So I don't know why. But
That makes me think of Fall Out Boy.
yes, that's what I heard. So great song. And I also heard and trust that you will pick the best one. So trust that you will pick the best decision for you, basically. Because I do think there are going to be a few of you, because this change is going to be so drastic, that in October you were learning to balance. But even like for some of you, not all, because for most of you, I think Becca was very correct that this is about prosperity, new opportunities. You're going to be happy and thriving where you're at. But for a few of you, I am getting a sense of fear. And I am getting that some of you are kind of wondering, like, should I move back? Like, should I go back home? Like, should I go back to where I was from? Because like, I don't know, like this is kind of a lot still. And but for, like I said, most of you, I'm getting that these are great choices. They're new business opportunities. This is prosperity. But if you're in fear, first thing you need to do is ground. And like that card said, focus on your health. So I think that's why dancing came up, especially because that lyric, like dance, dance, we're falling apart to halftime. So I feel like for me, just with that lyric, it's because you're stressed. And so you're not seeing things clearly, because you made the correct choice in taking this leap for yourself. Whatever is back at home, yes, that's safety, and you probably will always have a home there, like especially like if you left your family for the first time and like bought your first house or whatever. But that's not for you anymore. You had to leave that behind. And so as scary as that is, it is best for you to stay where you're at, or again, assess. And if you're truly, truly, truly not happy here, then you can go somewhere else, and you can ask spirit for that opportunity to take you somewhere else, because some type of opportunity is going to come to you. So again, if you moved here and you're not happy here and you're like, I need to be somewhere else, then you can take that new opportunity that does come up. But for most of you, I do think you are really happy here, and a lot of new opportunities. So it's almost going to be like you're going to be overwhelmed with all the new choices and opportunities in a good way. Like you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I can pick from this or this or this or this. But for a few of you, like I said, don't let yourself fall apart based out of fear.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And when these opportunities come in, if you are overwhelmed, like we think you will be, breathe, take a moment to ground. And like, even if it's good overwhelming, like I know sometimes that can be a bit much. If all of the stuff that happened before this, like if you are in with somebody new, like that you love, and like you're in a loving relationship, lean on those people, because that's what's going to really help you ground during that time. And then December is the Ace of Wands.
Okay.
And the crystal is rose aura quartz. So, rose aura quartz is heart's desire, love, and divine. The energy of love vibrates on a soul level, penetrating the body through its many layers of tissue all the way down to the cells. Rose aura quartz is a crystal of love with the ability to shift one's sense of self, provide nourishment for your growth, and transform fear and doubts into unconditional love, creating a strong bond to the universe. It creates a synergy between the the pineal gland, located in the brain and associated with your third eye, and the heart chakra, infusing your intuition with space to give and receive more love. All zodiac signs, the sun and the moon.
Okay, sorry. Whew, all right, so your December is very low packed here. We got White Christmas. So that's a great song. I love that song. So for somebody, maybe you moved to a new place with snow and you like, and maybe you had snow before, but for somebody, maybe you didn't. And like, that's going to be neat. You're going to have a White Christmas. For some of you, you could end up traveling home for Christmas from this new place. And that will be fun because you've been missing your family, especially if you're having that rougher time in November. Maybe seeing them again, like it will be nice, but then you'll be like, yeah, like I still did make the right decision because look at like you kind of figure out that yeah, this place doesn't have anything for me anymore, but I can still come home when I need to see my family and things like that. So that's for some of you. White Christmas just also makes me think of like love. I don't know why, it just does. But you got the Ace of Wands and the Rose Aura Quartz, and for me, like they highlighted family time, but they also highlighted new addition. So this could be bringing home your special person to meet your family, who's they're new to the family now. This could also be an engagement, so a next level for some of you in a relationship. And for some of you with the Ace of Wands, that's creation, new creation. Some of you, that's pregnancy. So if you are not wanting a baby, be careful during November time. Be careful in November, December time if you do not want a baby. If you do, then great, then have your baby. So if you are trying this year, that could be that too. Mm-hmm. And basically Spirit just said that for the end of the year, everything is balancing out and it's wonderful. Like enjoy, and get ready for 2022 basically, because it's just going to keep getting more and more awesome.
Yes. You also got passion for December.
Yeah. Okay. So some of you really need to be careful of that. The potential bubbleroo.
Yes. Potentially could have a baby coming in. Which some of you like this is something that you want.
So even if you don't find out you're pregnant this time, could be conception time. So again, if you don't want a baby, protection during that time.
Yes, and I know with the holidays and like the romantic spirit and like everything going on and like this new love and like if you moved in together, if you got engaged or married, like it's really exciting and passionate and you're spending the holidays together. And for some of you, this might be the first holiday where you have like a significant other like this. Or this might be the first holiday where you actually get to spend it with somebody that you like love, like on a deep level. And so, yeah, it might be a little bit dangerous to do so. So just make sure, if you don't want that, be careful. But if you're open to it and like that's something that you guys have discussed and that you want, then this could be a good omen for you. So
Yeah.
just keep that in mind.
And if you are at the end of the year and you have not met anyone yet, it will be here in December.
Yes, if you have not met anybody yet, this is I'm definitely getting messages about this being that time. This is the time. If you have not gotten to that point in your life, like if you haven't met anybody, you will.
Yeah.
But I think for most of you, you did already meet someone. You've already made those big changes, and like you're with that person now.
Yes, I agree. I do think for most of you, but just for the few of you that are like, well, who are back here commenting like November, is it the 29th or the 28th? That's the last day. No, November 30th. Wow, I can't even do. Anyway, not the point. Commenting here in November and like, I haven't met anyone yet, you liars. And we'll be like, well, December says you will.
Yes, and remember to take what resonates too. So,
Yes.
not everybody is going to have everything happen the way that it says in the reading, which is why we say so many times, like, you might have it here, you might have it here, you might have it here, because obviously the piles are made for the collective. So just keep that in mind when you watch this. But I do feel like if you pick this pile, like, your person's coming in this year at some point.
Mm-hmm. For some of you, Spirit's going to be a jerk and send them on the last day of the year, especially if you're real pouty about it. Someone just said that. So if you're a big pouty person, then try to keep an optimistic point of view so that Spirit isn't a butt to you.
Yes, good advice. I'm going to take that. I'm going to clear this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go into your final part, which is your stickers for the year. So hold on one second. Take that down. Yeah. And hopefully, you guys, if you took pictures to remember it, that I left those out there long enough for you. If not, I mean, you can always go back. Okay. Here is our nifty calendar-ish thing. So I'm going to drop some stickers on here randomly from the bucket, and we're going to see kind of what to expect in 2021. Okay. All right. So I'm going to flip some of these over that didn't fall on anything, and we'll go over those first, but I'm going to put these guys down so that you can kind of look at them. I'm laughing so hard. We'll get there. It's the last sticker, so it's going to be a hot minute, but hold on. Wow. Okay. Okay. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
So for the overall year, yeah, you got the butterfly, which is all about change and transformation. Also scorpionic energy.
Yes, I love that.
Mm-hmm. You got, yeah, spirits being a butt. You got the little guy is holding a bag behind his back and she can't see it, and she's like super excited to see him.
Yeah. So Spirit's like, look, we have all your goodies in the bag, but you better be nice. You better not pout. Spirit
Yes.
Claw coming to town.
Yes. You got the bracelet with the daisy charm on it.
Oh, cute.
Yes, super cute. For me, this is all about like sunshine and like happiness, and how like this year is going to bring you a lot of happiness and a lot of new memories and stuff. Because for me, and I don't know why I'm getting this, but Spirit's basically telling me with this, like each of these is a new experience. And
No,
like in the middle you have like the happiness. So you're gonna be getting all of these new experiences, new things, and like they're new things to put away for yourself, and like they're important, they're jewelry, like there's something that you'll want to keep forever.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing which I love this series. Actually, I got this series for Christmas from my sister. The side story that's not really that important, but I'm going to tell you anyway because you're here. A long time ago, I love the Brady Bunch. I'm not that old. Like I didn't grow up watching it, but my mom did, and so she used to put the reruns on, and I used to love watching it with her. Um, but she, sorry, my brain. Hello. I bought the collection a few years ago, not more than a few years ago now, like a while ago, and so my little sister, she borrowed it from me, and then, being a little sister, she didn't take care of it and she scratched up all my DVDs. She lost some of them. I was so upset. And like it wasn't really cheap. So like, and then I just kind of was like, I forgot about it. But so this year she re-bought me the collection for Christmas to replace the one that she messed up years ago. And I bring it up because when Becca pointed out the daisy, which reminded her of the sun, Spirit started singing that song from the Brady Bunch, which was really cute, and you should definitely check it out. Which is it's such a like upbeat song, but it's the one where they're like, everybody smiling, sunshine day, everybody seems so happy today. It's a sunshine day, and that for me feels like the mood of your whole year.
Yeah, like it's very much like very positive year.
Mm-hmm.
You also got Me Too.
Cute.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like it's very much like a dinner, like this is very much about like feeling nourished and feeling like, you have everything and like it's like me too. Like it's very like excited, like Spirit's very excited for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get into your month. So you didn't really have anything in January. And in February towards the end it says let's get lost. So I'm
Okay.
trying to remember what happened in February.
So you had the Empress and Rose Quartz, and you also had the Love Bug song. So someone new potentially could be entering your life. There was also a mention of self-love here. Um, this is basically where things are going to start really changing, is what Spirit is like re-mentioning here. And accepting your power. So letting loss just to me means letting go of control and being like, yes, I fully embrace this. I fully embrace my destiny. Like, let's go, Spirit.
Mm-hmm. You've got the girl. This is actually really cute. Um, you've got the girl in front of the like bakery, and she's like eating a cookie.
Cute.
Yeah, so it's super cute. That's in March, and that goes with these two cameras, which transition into April. But for me, this is very much like you are starting to see like all of the abundance that's already around you, and you're kind of like, kind of taking a part of that now. Like you're like, oh, this is for me. Okay, cool, because she's eating that cookie, right? So she's
Mm-hmm.
already eating a baked good, and she's kind of like noticing everything that's around her, and she's just kind of partaking and like having a, like she's just like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna eat my cookie and I'm gonna look at all this stuff that's going on around me. Like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. And then with the cameras, which by the way, you got two of them side by side. Very much about like making new memories, taking those moments in as they happen, like long lasting, like important things happening in your life, nostalgia, friendship. Like it's very much like you might meet some new people, make a lot of new memories between March and May and April. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and May, but
And I wrote down camera as one of your channeled messages in the general. So before we even got into anything, I had already written down camera. So again, that might be where that comes in, because those stickers are depicting two cameras. So memories, things like that. Exactly what you just said.
mm-hmm. You also got Ooh La La in April, so you might have your eye on somebody in April.
Mm-hmm. That
Um,
was your 8 of Pence and Amazonite, and you had like the hand in the basket, baby steps, moving boxes, bells, crafting, being creative, enjoying the process. So yeah, like she said, maybe you have your eye on someone. That could be um what that is. Sorry.
yeah. So Ooh La La can also be about like, upgrades. So that might be a month where you experience some upgrades and you're kind of like feeling yourself a little bit, because it also has like a little nail polish bottle on it. So you might be kind of like coming into your power again, which we already know like you're going to be in that month experiencing like your passion and like actually committing to it and being like, no, this is for me. I don't care what anybody else says. Like, I feel like that's you standing in your power.
Mm-hmm.
In May, what did we have in May?
You had the Strength and Lepidocrocite.
Yeah. So for this month, I feel like that strength is going to come into play because you have a couple of interesting stickers. You have this one here where he's like pushing her away, but she looks like she's trying to give him a kiss and he's kind of just like, stop.
Yeah.
um, and then you also have this one where he's saying sorry.
Yeah. So for some of you, if you are in a new relationship at this point, there could be a little bit of you had here that song that I still can't remember who it's by, but it's all about you. And the Be True Be You. So for me, like for some of you, if you are, for some of you, I feel like this is more with those stickers for people who are already in a relationship. You guys might hit a little bit of a rough patch in May, but you're going to smooth it out if you guys talk about it and you're true to yourself and your own values. That's with that situation. And then for those of you that are not in a relationship, for me, that's about you guys letting go of what no longer serves you and letting go of people who no longer serve you. And then because of that, you are able to move on to the next stage. And I actually find that the camera that was going in and out of focus is because some of you might not be focusing on yourself in that month. And that's why Spirit wants to remind you of that, that this is all about you right now and having that strength and being true and being you. So don't let anyone, friend, lover, or anything try and pull you from your path in May is definitely what I'm getting.
For sure. You also got Saturn.
Yeah. So Saturn is Big Daddy Saturn might come in around May. And if you have stuff that you're holding on to that you're not supposed to, Daddy Saturn's gonna pull it away from you. And then he's gonna be like, yeah, sorry, but I had to. And you're
Yeah,
gonna
like this isn't for you. Like, knock it off. Like, do you, boo boo. Like, stop. We have this lesson. Like, you might be going through a Saturn return right now too. Anyone that's like in the ages of like 28 to 30, 27 to 30-ish. A lot of you are in your Saturn return right now. And during that time, a lot of changes are happening, a lot of big things, which again makes sense. So if you're watching this pile, you probably are in your Saturn return. But Saturn return comes in to knock out anything that's no longer needed for you. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it really sucks, but it just kind of depends. But you know, that month, May, like if there's anything left, or like let's say you learned a lesson already from Saturn and like it comes back into play again, like that's something that could happen.
Yeah, exactly. There's also wow, excuse me. You guys might be working on your throat chakra. So for Saturn returns, you go through Saturn returns at different points in your life, a couple times. So your first Saturn return happens between the ages of 27 to 31. So that's the official ages, 27 to 31. And then it'll happen again around 59 and then again around 89. So if you're any of those ages as well, because anyone is welcome to watch this, just know that you could be going through a Saturn return. Or again, if you have heavy Saturn placements, Big Daddy Saturn is always working to improve your life, and he doesn't do it without you doing the work. So
yeah,
just
yes, sorry. I was trying to figure out if I could find that song and I still haven't been able to figure out what it's called.
No, I can't either. It's really driving me nuts. If we remember it, we will put it down in the description for you guys.
Yes. So sorry, hold on one second. The next thing that we have is in the month of June. We have this little yellow heart, which yellow is the color of friendship, but it's also the color of happiness because it's like the sunshine. So in June, you're going to be feeling love. So I feel like it's more of love for like yourself and like your friends and like connection, and not so much like the romantic love in June. I can't remember what we got in June, but I feel like this is more like friendship connections, like feeling the love around you, but not necessarily in a romantic way.
Yes and no, because you guys did get the Queen of Cups, and I don't remember the crystal, but you guys did get the Queen of Cups. I did not write down the crystal. So you did get the Queen of Cups. So for some of you, this could be romantic love, and it could be that you meet this person and you guys are friends first. For some of you, if you why there's a yellow heart, because you meet in this month and you guys are friends and you feel that this person is somehow very special to you. Or again, for some of you, this is soul family that you do meet. But we did have messages of wedding bells, mixing a soup pot. So like for some of you, this is again about like, your manifestations, like maybe you're really on them, something about that. And there was the imagery that Spirit gave of 2 pairs of shoes by the door. So I think that that's extremely important.
Yeah. Well, the next month, I know for sure we talked about love, and it's continuing its theme because you have love with the flowers. Not only that, but you have hello flowers. So this person that you find, which I'm sure most of you will in July, they're probably someone that's kind of romantic and they like to give gifts and they like to do really nice things. And I feel like you might be getting some flowers in July. So I feel like it's going to be blooming. Like whatever this relationship is, it's blooming in July, like
Yes.
coming to life. And you also got pizza.
Cute. You guys might do a pizza date, so that's very cute.
Yes.
You guys had the fireworks, and you also had the crystal kunzite for this month and the Queen of Pence. So this was about, we talked about the relationship might be getting stable, and we talked about the beaten and stitched chart, so I won't go over that again like in detail, and taking the hand. So this is again like Becca mentioned, this is like when that theme is really continuing. And I feel like in some way, whether it's you're meeting this person at this month, like as an in-person, or you guys, or deepening the relationship in some way, something like that is going to come up in July.
August, you have the stethoscope. And for me, this is just a matter of like, check your heart because your heart's going to be beating out of your chest. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like this is very much like okay, are you okay? Like, breathe. Like, I feel like you're going to be so overwhelmed that like, it's just like, you're going to have that like very strong pulse and you're going to be very connected to your heart. And I feel like, if you need to get a checkup in August, get a checkup in August.
Yeah. And for you guys, see, like with the 8 of Cups, you guys had the 8 of Cups and the Golden Hydro Herkimer here. So we did talk about potential engagement for some of you. But we also talked about a potentially really big shift. And that could be why you're needing that stethoscope to be like, am I still alive? And so for some of you, this is about moving far away, traveling, and Spirit's big message here was trust the new path. And I think that goes well because in September you have one sticker that says be happy.
Yes. You have a sticker that says be happy in September, which actually, if you remember back to your
Animal.
animals, you had a bee, yes, but your other card that you had, actually, let me grab it. Your
Also
affirmation.
of
Your
June, honey.
affirmation for the year was be bright and be happy. You shall shine.
Yes. And that makes me think of Shine by Pentagon, a great song. And also, Honey, stay happy, be happy.
Yes, from Monster X. Yes, so be happy. I know that like we talked about how September is going to be a really big month. So like congratulations Virgos, because if you are a Virgo, I know Virgo came out on that card, but basically September is going to be a very happy time. Like these months are going to be extremely happy, and I feel like that is carrying over into October. But like we said, towards the end of October and November, some of you might have to do a little bit of checking up on yourselves.
Yeah.
And see, like, am I okay? Like, what am I actually feeling? What am I going through? Am I happy here? Am I just scared? Like, I know this was a really big shift. So, like, being easy on yourself, having compassion for yourself, being patient with yourself, like checking in and saying, like, are you okay? And then, of course, leaning on whoever it is that this person is that's come in, any of your friends, your loved ones, like, leaning on them and being able to talk through it and say, like, this is how I'm feeling. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling scared. Like, I love you. Don't know how I'm feeling about this situation right now. Like, they might be able to help you kind of ease that. The other thing that's in here for November is, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
He looks very stressed out.
Yes. November was that 7 of Cups in Jade and new opportunities. And again, we talked about some of you being stressed and like, knowing to trust yourself because you're going to pick the best option for you, but don't pick these options out of fear. Pick them out of trust from your inner guidance.
Mm-hmm. And I'm laughing, and this is why I laughed when I threw the stickers, because literally this sticker right here at the very end of December, it says you're welcome.
Oh, spirit. Wow.
Yes. So I feel like, first of all, gratitude is really important. Remember to always practice your gratitude every day if you can. Obviously, we forget sometimes, and that's okay because life can get in the way. But I feel like it's very important that you thank your ancestors, your spirit guides, whatever you believe in, like whatever higher power you believe in, any of that, like that you do your gratitude, even if it's gratitude to yourself or gratitude to, whatever. Like, oh, I'm so thankful today that I have a roof over my head. I'm so thankful today that I was able to find peace. I'm so thankful that I got to move to this new place, or that I found this person, or that I had, pizza this weekend because I really wanted it. Like, whatever that may be, I feel like, showing gratitude is extremely important, because at the end of the year, you are going to be saying thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
For
And
sure.
towards the end of December, because like I told you, for those of you that are going to be like kicking and screaming and dragging your feet, they want to give you this stuff sooner. But again, it does come down to attitude. So having the attitude of gratitude throughout the year is really going to help you, so that you're not being like getting this like a person on the last day of the year or whatever that big manifestation is. I think most of you are fine, but I think your spirit guides are a little bit funny. They like to play with you guys. They like to poke fun at you, and and that's good. Keep up that lighter energy with your guides, because they love you and they want to bless you.
For sure. That is what we had for you for 2021. I'm super stoked for this group. If you want to, I actually encourage all of you, and I know Lena does too, like, comment down below. Let us know what you're going through. Let us know what you're experiencing. Let us know what step of the journey you're on. Maybe you come back in July and are like, I got engaged. Like, who knows? But
Yeah,
we want to hear about it. So put it in the comments. Let us know how you feel. Subscribe to us so that you can get more readings, because we love reading for people. So subscribe to us, hit like, leave a comment, watch one of the other piles if you really want to. I know they're really long, but again, you can always watch them while you're doing chores, or while you're cleaning, or while you're studying, whatever that may be. Driving in the car, you can listen to them. I don't recommend you watch when you drive, because you should pay attention. But any of that, just keep an eye out. We obviously are going to continue to upload videos for you guys. Look at the links down below for anything as far as like our music, social media, bookings, whatever that may be. But we're super excited for you guys, and we hope to see you in our next video.
Yes. Actually, I'm so sorry. I don't want to make this even longer, but Spirit asked me, excuse me, before we go, one more time to read your general channel messages, just to kind of keep them in mind. So, your general channel messages were: give yourself a break, donuts with sprinkles, nothing blooms all year, but darling, you were born for this, so allow yourself to enjoy and rest when you need to. Oranges, vitamin C and D, daily routine, take time for you. Year of change, welcome to the promised land. Camera, land before time, the start of your legacy. Aladdin, a whole new world. On by BTS, Limes, moving boxes / for sale sign. Rip Me, Tombstone basically is like, the Phoenix energy. Body, mind, spirit, you're going to be going through that. A lot of changes in that area. And financial abundance. So again, have a beautiful year, guys, and we look forward to talking to you soon.
Bye. If you chose pile 3, you chose the moon sticker. She might have a connection with the moon. So you used your intuition, one might say. So what we have today is we actually have an overview. So we have 3 oracle cards that are already pre-drawn, and then I will draw 2 oracle cards for what is coming for you in 2021, like what's going to come in. We're going to get into these, and then after these, we're going to go into your month by month tarot and crystal to kind of see what's going to be happening month by month, and then at the end, we will do a sticker toss on our month by month little calendar thing that we made. So we'll do that at the end. We are going to separate it out by quarter too, so you kind of get a summary of each quarter as we go. So if you want to take like little screen caps as we go, you can do that, and you can always watch it again if not. But we're going to go ahead and get started. It is going to be a longer reading, so hang tight if you want to hang out with us. Otherwise, you can put it on in the background while you do other things too, if you'd like.
Yes,
But
always I'm channeling messages and delivering them.
yes, so she'll be channeling messages for you throughout. So some months you might get a lot, some months you might not get any, some months you might just get a couple. It just kind of depends on what Spirit sends Lena as we go through. So we will start with your overview, and we're going to start with your mantra for 2021. So it's number 48, which is number 12, which is 3, if you reduce it. But number 48, my future starts today.
Naps already.
Mm-hmm. Your animal for the year is the owl spirit, number 43, which is you see clearly now. And then your motivation or affirmation is make every day a masterpiece.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. So very much about being in the present moment already.
Okay, so while she shuffles, I'm going to read you the messages I channeled before the reading. And, what I love so far is that every pile so far, something that I channeled did come up in the pile, whether that was in the stickers or just like when we were talking in the cards. So I love that. Great confirmation. And so hopefully, and again, some of this stuff might resonate for you really personally. So if it does, I hope so. And if not, just take what resonates for you. Okay. So the first thing you have is a Lover by Taylor Swift. You got a puppy, adrenaline rush, baguettes, scrapbooking, new shoes, rain, red string of fate, grow and glow, let the light in, trust your intuition, mermaids and dolphins, a pot of gold, stay gold by BTS, slow dances, confidence, queen like a lion by Idol, or G Idol if you pronounce the G, roar by Katy Perry, fall season, rise, create, affirmations and meditation, lead the way, believe, dream, do, grow with the seasons, sunflowers, roses, grandma, come on Eileen, Harry Potter, believe in magic, manifest with the moon, and the snake sheds its skin, kundalini rising.
Wow, powerful.
Yeah, very powerful.
Powerful group. Yes, so we're gonna go over that at the end too, like after we do the stickers, to kind of re-go over those. But we'll see as we go through like what matches up, but already like super powerful. You actually got 4 cards for what's coming in this year.
Oh wow. Right.
Yeah, so this group got a lot. So like the other groups, like the second group got an extra one of the animals, and the first group did get 1 extra one of these cards, but you guys got 2. The first one is Soul Family Incoming.
Okay.
You got Lower Chakra Power Up.
Nice. Makes sense with the Queen Like a Lion references.
You got Heart and Throat Opening.
Okay.
And then you got Love and Meeting the One or Marriage.
That's so soft.
Yes, it's super soft. Super exciting for this group. So we're going to see kind of, now that they're saying that these are coming in, let's see kind of what your tarot cards say as far as like month by month, to see if we can get kind of like a win. Maybe they'll give us like a place or a time. I know that sometimes Spirit likes to keep things a little bit tight-lipped. So if we can at least narrow it down a little bit, I know that they'll probably have multiple times through the year where they're like, well, this could happen now, but we're going to try to narrow it down as much as we can.
Yes. These guides don't want you to know, and it sucks, but it's for good reason.
Yes, it's for good reason. I think they like to keep you on your toes, but also keep you surprised. But I feel like they're going to give us a little bit of information. So,
yes.
I will leave these over to the side. And we will get into your cards. Let me make sure I have the right ones. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to start with January, and I know we're already in January, so some of this might have already happened. If it has, really sweet. Hopefully, we can give you confirmation. But otherwise, we still have a few weeks left in January, so this is for the rest of the January as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put up quarter one.
Yeah, I was like, don't forget the quarter sticker. I mean,
Yes.
paper.
You're fine. We're getting there. It's been a night. We have the Three of Cups,
Okay.
and the crystal is selenite, and it says luminous, cleansing, and protection. With its moonlight glow, selenite illuminates your spiritual truth and greater purpose. It aligns your chakras and raises your awareness to higher dimensions, opening communication to your spiritual team. It brings clarity to the mind and slices through any negativity or confusion, cleansing your energy fields and protecting your aura. Selenite brings awareness to your subconscious patterns, highlighting what is ready to be healed. It activates the crown chakra and provides a doorway to personal transformation. Cleanse your way to clarity. Taurus, and then the planet is Moon.
I love, and you had that you see clearly now. And it's funny, your channeled messages that you got for January lined up really well. So you got spiritual upgrades, meditate, heal, and move towards the light.
Yes, which is beautiful. And I feel very much like January is all about like cleansing and protection and like moving up through these chakras. I feel like you're kind of clearing everything out. Like it's one of those things of like you've already done a lot of the clearing and now it's like the final stuff to like cleanse. Like I see almost this like white light just kind of like going through like your whole system. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Like it's just like this pure like cleanse. And I feel like it's going to be very empowering for you. And I feel like it is helping you kind of connect to a lot of different things, a lot of like your spiritual self, your emotions, like your intuition, like you're kind of connecting all of that together because you're finally at this point of like feeling clean, which makes me think of the song Clean by Taylor Swift.
That's a great song.
Yes, beautiful song. So, February, we have Ace of Swords. And then we have Amber.
Okay.
Amber is warmth, regeneration, and grounding. Exuding warmth and electrical charge, amber was believed by the Chinese to encapsulate the soul of the tiger when it dies. With a rich history, amber was used as a protective talisman dating back to ancient times. Technically comprised of tree resin that has been fossilized, amber is used for grounding higher energies back to earth. When rubbed, it can become electrically charged, dispelling negativity and igniting desire. Amber is used as a purifier, cleansing the environment and chakras alike. Use amber to electrify your life. Leo and Aquarius, and then the planet is the sun.
Yes. Okay. This makes sense because I try to start writing just so like you guys are aware the channeled messages before we move on to the next one because I don't want you guys to just think, oh, she's copying the cards. Like I do try to write ahead of time. It doesn't always work out that way, but what I love is that I wrote before we started reading these is that confidence grows and spirit says that the snake uncoils and starts to rise. So for me, that makes perfect sense with those cards. Like, and they said this is when that low chakra balance, that low chakra power up that you got starts in February. So this is when they really come into alignment and you're strong. And that snake, because if you don't know about Kundalini, they say that every person has a snake that's coiled inside of them. And when we start to unlock our chakras, it starts to rise through the chakras. And then when it comes out the crown, like that's a Kundalini rising, which spirit mentioned in your channeled messages. So that could be happening for you this year. And like right now in the February is like when it seems like it's going to start moving through those lower chakras. So that would be like the root, which this card Amber talked about rooting, and the solar plexus, which would be the confidence, and then the sacral, which I forgot about, which is before the solar plexus, but that's your like sensuality and like your creativity and things like that. And so I feel like, with the Ace of Swords too, you had again that you see clearly now. So that gives me like you're gonna see clearly when you're able to be rooted and like these chakras power up. Like you're gonna be like it'll just make it easier for you to be grounded enough that you can trust your third eye, because I sense that this group has a very strong like third and crown. And so I feel like you don't trust it enough though because you're not grounded. And so when you ground in a healthy way and not being overgrounded or too floaty, you're going to see clearly because you're balanced basically.
Hmm. Yes, and I think it's funny that you mentioned balance because we have the moon and the sun.
Oh, well there you go.
Yeah, so we have selenite, which is the moon, and then amber, which is the sun. And that's very like balanced energy. I feel like you're coming into this place of like you're going to feel balanced a lot more often than you have in the past. And I feel
Hmm.
very much like it's going to be like you clean this out and then now, you're starting to feel your power rise through. And like
Hmm.
you're starting to kind of sit in that power and to really feel like that like groundedness and that like your confidence in yourself and like things like that. Like I feel like it's very much about this is the start of you feeling just so much more secure like in yourself and like in who you are and like understanding like where you're going and having that clarity, like all of that. For sure.
Hmm.
For March, you got strength and you got cacoxenite.
It's a good crystal.
Hmm. It is for interconnection, ascension, and attunement. Cacoxenite is known to raise spiritual awareness and provide divine connection between the universe and humankind. With cacoxenite, synchronicities are not just coincidences, they are messages, so pay attention. Become aware of the universe's messages as it is constantly communicating with you. Cacoxenite asks that you look at challenges as lessons and wonder, what can I learn from this? Perspective is everything, and with cacoxenite, embracing positivity and choosing your thoughts becomes easier and easier. It's Sagittarius and it's moon energy again.
Yes. So what basically Spirit was very short and sweet with this month. This is going to be a slow but steady month. And so it's going to require you to hold strength again because you might be working through some things in this month, but it doesn't feel very heavy. Like it just feels like little things that come up and holding that strength, and you have that solar plexus color there. So that might be a lot when some of this again, and that's Leo energy. So if you guys have Leo in your chart somewhere, definitely a big group for you. I feel like your confidence is going to keep growing this month, but this is a slow and steady month. So this is the month about being gentle with yourself. Like that's really all that they said about this month. And specifically with this strength card, I know that like her feet are bleeding and they're all cut up. So this has been a really long road for you, and you guys might be a little frustrated in March because you're like, this is extremely slow. Like this is a slow start to the year. And I get that that's frustrating because we've had a slow 2020. And the thing is that we are still in a pandemic. So remember that some things might not be happening because of that. And this is a time to be gentle with yourself and to be kind and to know that slow and steady wins the race.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you don't need to compare yourself to anyone else and what they're getting as well, because I've heard so many times, and it is true, as much as annoying as it is to hear when you're upset, it's like, well, don't compare yourself to someone's highlight reel. And the thing is that like it's true though, because the people don't post usually like when they're having a really shit day. Like they only post when their day is awesome. But that's all you see, and you're like, well, damn, their life is great and mine is a shithole. And I'm sorry for swearing, but we're not monetized yet. It's fine. um, like so if you're someone who like just basically know that even if this is a little bit of a slower month, it's probably slower for a reason, because usually Spirit slows things down when things are about to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and if it's a little bit of a slower month, just be patient, trust yourself in this time. Again, keep balancing. And I just feel like, boom, the next month is going to be very different.
Funny you say that. Okay, so this is the first quarter. And for me, the first quarter is all about building strength, all about building up. And like you've done the clearing in January. And then after that, like things are going to start building. And I feel like you're going to feel that pressure. Like you're going to feel it start picking up and you're going to be like, oh God, like I can tell that something's going to happen, because with the Ace of Swords, like that's clarity, that's knowledge, that's, you know where you're going and what you're doing. And like you have the strength to do it. You have ascension, interconnection, warmth, regeneration. Like you're going to be feeling much more grounded and in your power. And like you're going to be feeling much more confident, and it's just going to build. Like it's going to continue to build. Just like it says, your thoughts, like choosing your thoughts becomes easier and easier. And I feel like that's like, this is going to come in and that's going to help you move through those thoughts better. And that's going to start moving things very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that even if it feels slow behind the scenes, it might not be so slow. And like Lena said, go into Q2 here. The next month might be different. April is the Emperor.
Okay.
You got Rainbow Mayanite, which is chakra alignment, foundation, and karma. An exceptionally high vibrational crystal, Rainbow Mayanite allows you to face any challenging karmic patterns and pulls out the drudgery of the past that is ingrained in the energetic body. It heals emotional traumas on every level, rebuilding the foundation for a healthy support system from the inside out. Connecting you to your spiritual team, this crystal can guide you in seeing multiple perspectives, offering many solutions. Existing in ultimate alignment with all of the chakras, Rainbow Mayanite helps you step into your authentic truth. Leo, Virgo, and Libra, again, that Leo energy. Sun and Pluto. So Sun, again, it's going back and forth now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already going to tell you right off the bat, like Emperor is divine masculine. It's Aries energy, yes. But for me, whenever I see this Emperor card, like sometimes I think like inner divine masculine, but in this case, I'm thinking outer divine masculine. There's a man of some sort. It doesn't necessarily mean like it's romantic, but there is a man of some sort coming in here for me, like for this situation. And what else I'm getting is chakra alignment strong. Like this could be the month that you experience that Kundalini.
Yes, and you are correct in that, because Spirit had me write down Kundalini rises this month. So you also had, this is that heart and throat opening, and it says, they said right here, and I'm going to take this quite literally, being yourself pays big.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there's something big coming in that has to do with a man. It could be that there is an Aries coming into your life, or that there is an Aries in your life already and something big happens surrounding that person.
Yes,
It could.
it's also Aries season as well. Like March, April is Aries, end of March, early April is Aries season. So again, if you're like, nah, like it could, if you're in April now and you're watching this back and you're like, okay, I'm seeing what is April, and you're out to the end of April now and you're like, this shit didn't happen. Remember, look at what happened in Aries season, because it might have been big stuff, and remember it was Aries season. Anyway, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Like I said, like it could be that. It could be that there is a male figure in your life that comes in out of the blue, that is very powerful, and is very grounded and very stable. Like this could be a lot of different things. But again, like it could be Aries season, it could be an Aries, it could be just a divine masculine in some way. It just kind of depends on the situation. I think it's going to be different for everybody, but I do think that this is the Kundalini month, which
Yeah.
is very important.
Mm-hmm.
The next month, May, you have the King of Coins.
Okay.
And then you have Pink Fluorite.
I think that's really funny that you got the King of Coins, only because, sorry, before we move on, that the last thing that I said to you guys from April, their channeled message, was being yourself pays big. So for someone going to be that big financial, a financial abundance that comes in by being yourself for some reason. So, you'll know how that applies to your life, like whether you're an influencer and you're putting content out, or, you just get a promotion or anything like that.
Yep, for sure. Pink Fluorite, guidance, ease, and comfort. Pink Fluorite mends pieces of the soul, reintegrating its fragments to make you whole again. Sometimes we get lost along our journeys, and pink fluorite can assist us in coming back home to our true selves. Staying present inside your body, acknowledging and accepting each moment as it is, and detaching yourself from outcomes are helpful practices amplified by using pink fluorite. This stone helps ease despair, giving you a surge of comfort and confidence that you have what it takes to make it through life's challenges. The Pisces is the sign, and then Mercury is the planet. But for me, this is about ease and comfort and not so much about needing to change anything. Because with the King of Coins, like when you pair those together, that's all about stability. Stability, comfort, abundance. Like, I feel like this is going to be whatever happens with Aries season, the Emperor, whatever this brings you something really big. Like a lot of stability.
Mm-hmm. And that was kind of the message that Spirit said here. Money flows well and makes life easier. And then they said life is flow.
Yes, which is actually a quote from a Monsta X song called Flow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, May. Okay, for June. For June, you got the 7 of Coins.
Okay.
And the crystal you got is Bumblebee Jasper.
Oh, cute.
Yes, so it's another Leo crystal, by the way. Pollination, willpower, and new ideas. Sting like a bee, Bumblebee Jasper enhances creativity and helps to pollinate ideas, bringing them to life. This stone gives off a fighting spirit, having been formed in a volcano and containing a strong earthy energy that connects with the willpower of the solar plexus. Bumblebee Jasper also assists in alleviating allergies, soothing irritations, and nurturing one's overall health. Bumblebee Jasper encourages you to create a buzz, to let yourself be seen and heard for who you are in whatever new project you're working on. Take pleasure in your gifts. Leo, Sun. Lots of sun energy this year for this group. Lots.
Yeah.
Which is funny because it's the moon group.
Yeah, it's very funny. Okay. So your channel messages here are just basically like they were really highlighting health for me. So like this is when your health is going to like really take a turn for the better. And like I think you're going to start being really happy with the results of your health here. So like this doesn't, for some of you, yes, this could be about like losing weight and but for some of you, this could just be about like maybe you've been working on yoga and now you're finally starting to be able to do the routines with ease, or you're getting really good at meditation, or you're sleeping better. Like, health can be lots, you're drinking more water, like it can be anything. But that's just kind of what's coming through. It's like a glow up. Like people are starting to notice the way that basically all the changes that you're making, people are starting to notice them. And that can be just a change in energy, anything like that. And they're just saying, again, create, be authentic. They are really pushing it this year. And the sun, again, is about that authenticity. Like that, like the sun is our, like the sun sign, right? Like that's your, like, quote unquote personality, which, again, going into astrology is a lot more complicated than that. But more or less, the sun is the ego. And again, that makes me think of Ego by BTS, which is, again, like, that, like in that song, they take the ego from a different approach. Instead of a lot of people thinking like the ego's a jerk and stuff like that, they take it in the approach of trusting the ego, because the ego is designed to keep you safe. And in this place, when you have a healthy ego, it actually is really great because it's your confidence. And so for me, it reminds me of that, like, that's my ego, like, and that whole thing that he says about like my one trusted, hold on, I have the cards right here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab the one that I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. But just basically, like, I feel like this year for you guys is definitely a year of, like, so far anyway, we're about halfway through the year here, but this is about like you guys like really, really coming into like your own power this year. And like I feel like no matter what happens, you're going to be ecstatic by the end of the year. Now, again, we did have lots of other promises by Spirit here for what's coming for you this year. And we're only halfway through, so there's still a lot of things that can happen. And we did have a thing about fall season. So I feel like fall season is where we're going to start to see a lot of things like really, really change in a different direction. But I think it is really great that like you're going to have a lot of stuff go really well for you this year, just for you. And I think that's going to be a time that you look back on and really treasure. Um,
Mhm.
that time that you had with yourself. So sorry, it's taking me, of course, like they're the cards that I find last after I go through the whole deck. But for the ego, which again is a solar plexus, which is choices by my fate. So we're here, look ahead, the way is shining, keep going now, which makes perfect sense for this June month. And then into my heart come the answers from my most trusted, only one hope, only one soul.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, really, that's that's it. I mean, like this is all about like confidence and standing in your power and having new ideas and trusting them and going with them and then paying off big. Like even if most of the beginning of the year, I mean, like you do have the King of Coins, like that's paying off big already. But like even if like, it is mostly about like you and your confidence and like loving yourself and like, coming into this power and sitting in this power and like, moving forward with all these ideas, like that's all beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's such a great energy. Like the energy that I feel is very high vibrational. Like very like excited and like just kind of like thriving is kind of what I'm
Mm-hmm.
feeling. And that's
Exactly.
super exciting. Super exciting. So we're gonna go ahead and get into July. So first 3 months seemed kind of like, oh, okay, I'm still kind of waiting. Second 3 months went real fast.
Yeah.
Like things went boom, 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 and you're like in a brand new energy the whole entire time.
I don't know why, but that reminds me of that really like you might know this old song, but it was around on like a it was like boom boom boom. I want
I
you
want
in.
you in my room. Yeah, it popped into my head too.
Okay, well, some spirit is singing it up there.
Yeah, somebody's got it going on up there. Okay. So we're going to go into quarter 3. So this is going to start with July. Now, things are going to shift again. So, July, we have the Queen of Swords.
Okay.
So notice we're not yellow and red anymore.
Nope.
And the crystal is Labradorite.
Throat chakra.
It says transformation, magic, and imagination.
I actually have labradorite sitting right here on this paper that I'm using to weight down the other half of my notebook. So that's very funny.
Yes, I love Labradorite. It's beautiful. It's a stone of transition. A stone of transition, Labradorite assists in times of change and transformation. It expands our connection with the universe, unlocking the third eye and all the wonder that lies beyond the physical realm, as well as your magical powers. Labradorite evokes the magic we all have, reminding us to wield our power by going within and connecting to the core truths of who we are. Chase after your dreams and align yourself with the vibration of anything is possible. An energy labradorite is all too familiar with. Again, Leo, Scorpio, and Sagittarius, Neptune, and Jupiter. Which one thing I want to mention is that one of those planets is very much about mystery. And another thing about this is you have like the death and rebirth, you have the transformation, yes, but I feel like this is more about magic and imagination and dreams. Dreams are really, really, really important. And one thing that I can tell with this is like sitting in that Queen of Swords power, like that's very much a place of being clarity. Like that there's just total clarity in that position and being strong in your mind and like having like being able to understand your thoughts and like just again being in your power very much, but instead of being in like your like solar plexus power, like this is very much like overall like mental power. So like third eye, crown chakra, throat chakra, like this is very much about like your connection spiritually.
Yes. Um um Sorry, they're giving me a lot here. Okay. So you guys have basically they said magic will grow if you open yourself to it. Trust Your Gifts. They were very, very prominent about that. Blue Hour by TXT. Imagine by John Lennon, not Legend. Retreat or Vacation, Reconnect with Yourself. So for some of you, you could end up going on a retreat, which could be why you get that Queen of Swords and deepen yourself very spiritually. And again, it even could just be a retreat that you do for yourself. Like maybe you want to go, I mean, listen, I don't really like the heat myself, so I probably wouldn't go to Arizona in July, but you do. But there might be some place that you go, and it doesn't have to, like, I just say Arizona because Sedona I know is a very, very, very spiritual place, and there's lots of spiritual magic there. But you could end up going somewhere else. Like, you could even, it doesn't even have to be that far. Like, it could just be like you love the mountains, so you decide, hey, I'm going to spend a weekend in the mountains, and I'm going to meditate, I'm going to take care of myself, I'm going to go get a massage. Again, hopefully things will be opened up by then and safe. We're really hoping, but if not, this could even be just getting like a nice little Airbnb in a little town somewhere, just and you basically take care of you. Like for me, this is a very much a like, and again, this July is when Leo season starts, so this makes a lot of sense. This is a month of you focusing on you, trusting your gifts, trusting yourself. You're going to be doing really well for yourself, so this is going to be a time to treat yourself.
Definitely. I definitely agree. And I'm super excited about the next one. September. No, August.
No,
Sorry. August. It's been a long night. 10 of Coins.
Yes. Okay.
And you also got I'm going to say it wrong. Tanzine Aura Quartz. Notice how your colors all shifted.
Yeah.
Okay. Enchantment, Cosmic, and Alchemy. Cosmic alignment is here. Tanzine Aura Quartz brings equilibrium to our multidimensional states, melding mind and body for spiritual balance. With indigo rays vibrating high, this stone heightens the ability to see and communicate beyond this world. Tanzine Aura Quartz gently opens your crown chakra, creating a channel between the divine and your body. Made from the rare metal indium, this crystal brings mystical qualities to a higher understanding of one's metaphysical abilities. You are more powerful than you think. Virgo and Pisces in Uranus.
Okay.
I'm also going to draw a love oracle card because they're asking me to.
Okay. What I wanted to say here is that basically all they told me, and I wanted to keep it very tight-lipped, and I think your guides like to do that for a reason, which I know is super frustrating because I personally have guides like that, and I get very mad at them all the time. So if you're frustrated with them, it's okay to be frustrated. But they do it to protect me and blah, 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 and all that stuff. So anyway, I love them. I love you guys. 10 of Pence, Tanzanina Aura Quartz, I wrote it down so that when we go back to it later, we'll remember. But basically, all they told me is blessings start pouring in August. They didn't say what they were. They didn't allude to it. Because she's pulling a romance card, it could do something with romance, which we know you were promised already. But yeah, so I don't know. But for some of you, no, for all of you, blessings are going to start pouring in. But for some of you, it could be about romance. And for others of you, it could be different things you've asked for. Like I'm seeing a little house. So if some of you have been wanting to move, this could be like maybe you're buying your own or you're going to move somewhere new, something like that.
Yes. They actually sent out 2. So I'll give you the first one, wedding.
Okay.
And the second one, trust.
Okay.
So for me, because it's the 10 of Coins, which is about stability and having it all, this could be for you. But again, they're being very tight-lipped about whose wedding. So I'm not going to make any promises, but, potential engagement, potentially a wedding, potentially maybe your best friend's getting married. Who knows? It doesn't, it's one of those things where they're not really telling me anything, but they're telling me to trust. Like they're saying trust is really important. Like trust that things are going to happen for you. And like, it is really frustrating because they are being very tight-lipped about it.
Yeah.
Like they're not saying much about it except for wedding and trust. That's it. They're like, that's all you get. You get 10 of coins, you get wedding, and you get trust. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Which again, I know can be very, very frustrating, but we have to know that our guys, like I said, I know that I'm sounding like a butt, and they know that I do love them and I appreciate them, but it is very, very annoying and frustrating. I'm not going to lie about it. So I'm with you guys if this is your group, in the sense of I understand your pain, because it's very like whenever I do readings for myself, or Becca does a reading for me, or I get a reading, or I watch like a pick a card, my guys are always very tight-lipped, and like I get very frustrated because like not always, but most of the time Becca gets like really, like her guides are like they almost can't contain themselves by like telling her everything most of the time.
It's pretty bad.
Except for some things. And then we'll watch mine and they're like, yeah, your guys don't want to tell me anything. And I'm like, oh! It's very frustrating. So I vibe with you and I understand. So it is frustrating. We don't know who's wedding. For some of you, maybe you are already in a relationship. And so that's why a lot of this year focuses on you. And then you get engaged in August, which is great and amazing. And I'm very happy for you if that's the case. But for a lot of you, I feel like you're not, and you're meeting this person this year, and they're definitely keeping you on your toes about when. For some of, with my other reading, the Taylor Swift one that we did, I remember one of the piles did get meeting at a wedding. So if you got that reading and you watched it and then you watch this, that could be a huge possibility for some of you. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. And that's a pretty big synchronicity.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind that, sometimes when we talk to spirit, because, our guides also are part of this because they're the ones that, we talk to. If you've watched any of our other readings and you find synchronicities between them, that's probably for a reason.
Yeah.
But yes, super exciting. I'm kind of soft about it. Did you already read the points for this month?
Yeah. It was just blessings start pouring in. That's it. That's all they said.
They're very tight-lipped about August. Something big is happening in August.
Yeah.
Big. And I think that's why they're saying trust, because it says the situation's calling for you to have faith. So I feel very much like August is a really big month for you guys. The next thing that we have for September is the Ace of Coins.
Okay.
And you got Cinnabar, which I love Cinnabar. So with Cinnabar, it is manifestation, wealth, and inspiration. Known as the alchemist stone, Cinnabar is a crystal used to enhance metaphysical abilities, call in abundance, and manifest your heart's desire. Cinnabar's name originated from the Persian word meaning dragon's blood and refers to the tiny red gems sprinkled across the stone. This crystal is powerful in enhancing your life force, giving you the stamina you need to carry out your tasks and go after the things that can feel larger than life. Cinnabar grounds and encourages you while you reach beyond what you believed was possible. Another Leo, and it's Mercury. I don't know if you can tell, but I think Leo season is extremely important to this group.
Yeah, or just Leos in general.
Yes. One thing I can definitely say is this is a lot about manifestation and wealth. Ace of Coins is a financial offer, and I'm feeling like abundance. I already feel like you were already in kind of like an abundant place, because not only did you have the 10 of Coins in August, but you also had what did you have? You had
the King of Pentacles in May.
Yes, and we knew that was like an opportunity pays off big. I feel like you're having a very good financial year. Something that you can't even imagine. You never would have been like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be extremely stable and then some." But I feel like that's definitely happening this year.
You had that Queen Like a Lion song, and that's making me think of you're going to feel like royalty, and you're going to be like, how did I get this blessed? And for some of you, yes, coins usually do mean money, but for some of you, like these blessings can be other things. Like these coins can just be stability of some sense. So for some of you, it could be that like, maybe you're not like a billionaire or something all of a sudden, but maybe you finally get that money to put you pay off your mortgage, or you get a house, or you know what I mean? Like there's something there. And so with this Ace of Coins and the Sinbar,
Sitar. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I got that manifestation that was big comes true, big changes, potentially a new home or direction, big money. That was what they said.
Mm-hmm. Yep, big money. Like, I'm feeling like money you've never seen in your lifetime. Like, big money.
Like you will want for nothing, basically.
Yeah, like this is, and I feel like this is well earned. Like,
Yes.
this is something that's been building up over time, and finally it's here. Whatever
Mm-hmm.
efforts you put into this, all of them are paying off. And I know, like, for me personally, like, I've been getting a ton of readings lately talking about how the effort you put in is never overlooked, even if it doesn't feel like you're getting recognized for it. Like, there's always somebody that's seeing it. And I mean, like, if not a physical person, spirit sees it. And I feel like this group is extremely spiritual. So for me to say, like, anytime that you felt overlooked, or like nobody's appreciating your effort, or like nobody's noticing that I'm doing all of this stuff and I'm working myself into the ground, spirit notices. And so I feel like you've done a lot of the work to get to this point, and spirit is like, this is it. This is the year where you get all of this back because you
Mm-hmm.
deserve it.
And yeah, and maybe you can't get it like right then and there in that moment, because you're like, well, if they noticed, why didn't they give me anything? Like, sometimes unfortunately things have to build. And but really you're going to, and again, we know that money doesn't solve everything, like of course not. Just because, like, if you went through a lot of pain, spirit always says, like, because of that you'll be paid back in riches and things like that. And it's not that they're saying that money solves everything, because they know that it doesn't, but it is something that they can do to try and make your life a little bit easier, and to feel, and sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's that, like, you're someone who you don't really care about money, and you're someone who wants a lot of kids, so they'll bless you with a lot of kids. So they're going to bless you with what's important to you. And it's not that I think that this group is like very superficial and da. I just think that this group has lacked stability a lot of your life. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you grew up in poverty or had a poverty mindset, and spirit wants to bless you in that way so that you don't worry about that anymore, and so that you can enjoy your life and create, especially if you're creative, because we have the whole starving artist trope. I want you to know that that's going to pay off for you following that. And because you do, you're going to be rewarded for it. And you're going to again want for nothing, and that's going to be a very, very, very beautiful blessing.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Quarter 3, man. Abundance is quarter 3.
Yeah, big abundance.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on to quarter 4 and see what they will tell us about quarter 4. And I'm going to put these back in the deck just in case I need to draw any more. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Be ready.
Mm-hmm.
Quarter 4. Starting with October. So for October, we have the 7 of Cups.
Okay.
Some choices.
No, okay, no.
Close.
The
Group
last.
number 2 got the 7 of Cups in November.
Yeah.
And you got turquoise, which is peace, tranquility, and patience. Tranquil and calm, turquoise reminds you that there are gifts in the everyday, and each moment in your life matters. Small things add up and become big things over time. Have patience for all your labors of love, including yourself. Regarded as a bridge between heaven and earth, turquoise is a sacred stone in many Native American traditions and used as a source of healing and connection. Link to the heavens within yourself, the parts that bring you joy and remind you of your own inner magic. Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Pisces, Jupiter, Venus, and Neptune. For me, there's a lot of water energy in here. So I feel like this is very much related to emotions, and I don't feel negative about it. Like I feel peace, tranquility. Like I feel like this is very much about like you're in a place where you're making a decision, and I don't feel like it's a decision like that's scary. I feel like it's kind of like you kind of have some really nice options, and you're kind of just like in this calm space of like, I'm not really sure which one to choose. And like, I feel like it's this very like chill feeling.
Mm-hmm. Um, Basically, again, they're being very, very tight-lipped, which is very frustrating, but it's fine. Um, they said basically all they said was trust yourself so you make the best choice for you. Let no one influence you.
So trust your intuition.
Mm-hmm.
Trust that you know exactly what you're doing and that the choice that you make is for you. And I feel like we said this in the last group, but I feel like whatever choice you make, it's the right choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think this group has to worry. And like I said, I don't feel like this because I do things through feel. As far as like I do get messages like visually, but I also am very strong in feeling things. And the
We are
feeling that I get from this, yeah, you can I don't know which one it is.
I was going to say that we are both very claircognizant and clairsentient. So claircognizant is when you just know something, and then clairsentient is when you feel it.
Yeah. For
So
me,
generally,
feel,
that we don't like. Yes, we do read the tarot and go by the meanings, but we definitely go more by how we feel and how spirit's making us feel about things in the moment.
hmm And for me, like I'm feeling very much with this, like because the peace and tranquility came out with it, like because it's turquoise and it's very watery, like calm energy. I just feel like this is a choice that you're gonna make with a breeze. Like it's gonna be one of those things where you have these choices and none of them are bad, and you know exactly which one to choose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know exactly which one to choose, and so this will be that time when like those lessons of like, because I feel like this is a group where you often asked for outside validation, which is why a lot of this year is about you building your own confidence in yourself. And so it's not that this is really a test, because no matter what you choose, it's going to be a great option. But it's just saying the thing that's going to work out the best for you is the thing that you know on first instinct, first gut, like what is right for you. Because you might like, I don't know what the choice is. So it like, for example, like I'm just gonna, because you had puppy, so I'm gonna use that as an example because it's like I said, they're very tight-lipped about what this is. Um, but say you're at, a rescue, and there's 4 or 5 puppies that all really like you, and you came and you went with a friend or whatever, or your mom or whoever you went with, your person, anything like that, and you liked the little golden doodle that was in the corner right away, and you felt a connection. But like other people are saying like, oh, but this like chihuahua or husky or any other breed, corgi, I know that's a big like, everybody wants a corgi type breed. They're like, that corgi's so cute, da, 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 like you should get the corgi because it's the best, and like people love corgis. And like, think, not that you have superficial people in your life, but I'm just like, I'm ranting now. So, they could be like, think of the cute Insta photos or something like that, like they have your best interest at heart when they say these things, but you feel a connection to the Labradoodle. That's what I said before, right? Yeah.
hmm
Like, you need to trust yourself in that. Like, yes, the corgi is really cute, and if you can afford to take home 2 dogs and that's what you feel like you need to do, then take home 2 dogs. But my is that like, if your instinct tells you that the Labradoodle is that dog that's for you, that's your soul family, that's the person, like the creature that you need to take home, then trust that and go for it. And those people might be like, oh, I think you should have gotten the corgi, and da 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 da, and you'd be like, I trusted myself. And you're gonna find that like that's probably gonna be, that dog would end up being like your best friend, and like, you know what I mean, like, because you trusted you. And it's not that there's anything wrong with that corgi or anything or any of those other options. It's just that that was for someone else. And that's fine. So, like, you just have to know to trust yourself because you want to get the best opportunity for you.
hmm For sure. Okay. November. You got the Queen of Cups.
Okay.
And then your crystal is amethyst, phantom quartz. So it's a mixture.
Ooh, okay.
So the amethyst phantom quartz is for expression, gifts, and originality. Amethyst phantom quartz fosters prolific energy and opens the crown chakra to channel creativity in all forms. Individuality is encouraged and uniqueness uniqueness in expression is embraced by this stone. Amethyst Phantom Quartz instills confidence in your creations and urges you to share your talents. Using intuition as a powerful resource, Amethyst Phantom Quartz connects you with your spiritual team to convey your ideas in a way that will stand out. Do yourself a favor and show the world what you've got. Virgo, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Jupiter, and Neptune. I feel like November is a lot about gifts and intuition, but it is also about emotional fulfillment. Because with the Queen of Cups, she's somebody who is emotionally fulfilled, who is very smart in her emotions and understanding. And it's very much about like using your gifts and your intuition in whatever's happening in your life and at that time, and also expressing it, expressing your gifts, sitting in your power, and knowing that like you are good enough as you are and that you have all of these gifts and having the confidence in that. Like I feel like the first part of the year, like you focused a lot on confidence and on self and on finance and on stability, and now like towards the end of the year, like you are feeling emotionally fulfilled.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that because the things that they sent out, which is funny because again, I mean, when I saw Amethyst, I knew it was crown chakra, but they confirmed about crown chakra openings. And then they said, before you finished reading it, I had already written down being noticed for being you, and that you were going to be very busy, a lot of fulfillment in work and passion projects, and potentially a lot of dates. So like you might start getting a lot of offers from people and being noticed in that way. For some of you. And again, like for some of you, this could be like when you do meet that person, but I'm getting as well, like, so some of that Seven of Cups could be about that you get like a lot of offers from people back in October of people who like you and you made a choice and then you were like happy because you made this person. But for some of you, that Seven of Cups almost feels like it's bleeding into November where you're going to have a lot of people like hitting up your phone and being like, hey cutie, you know what I mean? Like wanting to like slide into those DMs, and you're gonna have to, figure out, do I want to date or am I just gonna wait for the right person? Like, and again, if you feel trusting that intuition that this person is right for you, then yes, say yes to that date. But if you're like, oh, they don't really feel like the one, like you don't have to date unless you want to. If you're like, yeah, I want to get out there and go on a date because I deserve someone to wine and dine me, even though like I don't think this person's going to be forever and we just might go out for a couple drinks sometime, like that's fine. Like live in that confidence. Like spirit is asking you to step into that power. You know, I don't condone necessarily like doing things to make people jealous, but like say that like that you already met your person sometime throughout the year and you guys are just friends and like they're like really like busy or whatever, and then they hear that you would, and again, like don't do this with this being your intention, okay? Because that's gonna backfire on you. But I'm just saying, like this could be the situation for some of you where you're happy being their friend. You're not even thinking of them in that way, maybe, or maybe you are, but you're kind of like, yeah, they don't see me in that way, and that's fine. But this guy likes me. I'm gonna go out with him. I'm gonna have a great time, and that might open that person's eyes into being like, wait, well, she's going on dates or they're going on dates. Like, I don't like that so much. And then, sometimes things like that happen to make things shift. So again, it's going to be about your feeling. If you feel like, yes, this guy seems cool, I'm going to go out for a drink with him, or this person, because I don't want to, gender anyone or, assume your sexuality. But if this person seems really cool, they're asking me out, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to have fun because I deserve it. And for others of you, it is going to be like, no, that doesn't feel right. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to focus on me. I'm going to focus on work. I'm going to have great passion projects. Like I'm going to be living my best life and being me. So again, please take what resonates for you. But the point is that you're going to be very emotionally fulfilled. And either way, I feel like you're going to be very busy work-wise, and you might be very busy romantic-wise, as far as if you're deciding to go out on dates, or if you already made the choice to date someone. And so now you're just starting to date, so you're busy that way. So again, different story for different people.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And are we ready for the last month of the year?
I don't know, maybe. Let's go.
The Two of Cups.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie. When we started this group, I had a feeling it was gonna be in December, and I should have said it, but I didn't.
The crystal you got is Sugilite,
Cute.
which is
Maybe some
one of my favorite crystals.
maybe some of you will meet while at a BTS concert.
Maybe. So, originality, forgiveness, and unconditional love. Sugilite helps anybody who has ever felt like they did not belong feel loved and supported. Vibrating violet rays of unconditional love, Sugilite brings lightworkers down to earth, opening them up to share their gifts while staying grounded on planet Earth. For overthinkers and worriers, Sugilite alleviates issues of the mind, allowing you to focus on what's truly important, living your truth. Sugilite facilitates forgiveness for those that have hurt you, including yourself. Open your heart to what's possible by letting go of all that no longer serves you. Virgo and Sagittarius and Jupiter. So, that unconditional love in December.
Mm-hmm.
And I very much, very, very, very much feel that this is your person.
Yeah.
This is the big kahuna, as they might say. um and I feel very much like I don't necessarily think that this is the month you meet them. Like I feel like you've already known, like I get this feeling of like you've already known that this was your person, and like I feel like you probably met them a while back. Like you were kind of talking about how like you might have a situation where they don't necessarily like where you guys don't necessarily like end up together right away, but you know who each other is and like you're friends. Like I'm kind of getting that a little bit for some of you. For some of you, yes, this is like you meet this person in December and like your heart stops like in your chest, because this is like the feeling that I'm getting is like very like I'm still very energetic. I'm very calm and grounded, and like the other thing that I'm feeling right now is like this feeling of just like ease and like comfort and like love, that's what it is. It's like unconditional love, like just this feeling of just like being home. And like
Mm-hmm.
it's super soft, and like I'm getting kind of emotional about it, but like I feel very strongly like whoever this is, like this is your person, and they're coming in December. And that's super soft because like December is my favorite month of the year because Christmas is my favorite holiday. And
Mm-hmm.
so for me, like, I know that like this is something that's like super important because of the fact that like I already feel so like emotional about it, like happy emotions. Like, this is going to be something that you've wanted for so long, and it's finally here.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. So some of the stuff that they like I said, your guides are kind of butts. So but they said surprise and they said love power up. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Spend time with loved ones, give gratitude, serious relationships, engagement, puppy for Christmas, happy tears.
Yeah, that's a lot of beautiful energy.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you're going to be overwhelmed. Like, because I think like throughout the year you're building up all this strength and all this power, and yes, I do think you're going to have a ton of abundance before this, but I think that like December you're going to be so overwhelmed with like just like sheer emotion, like
Mm-hmm.
good positive emotion, that you're just going to not know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, I mean, for some of you, I think you might meet this because you had that potential wedding. So, like, you might meet this person in August, but you guys might not start dating until December. And for some of you, even if you do start dating earlier, that's December might be when the relationship gets really serious. And then for some of you, you won't meet until December. But when you meet, you'll know and you'll be like, it's my person, and like, just happy from there.
Hmm. I'm super like, oh, I feel so great about that month.
Yeah.
Sometimes being a reader can be very rewarding because with people like us who feel emotion, like
Mhm.
you definitely feel it sometimes.
Yeah. Very emotional about August. And so, like, for me, I love that because I think that August might be when things shift a lot in this area in particular. And I just don't, again, like I said, your guys is very tight lipped and they're keeping it very tight lipped. But I feel like you're not going to end this year without at least having met your person.
Hmm.
Like, I feel like that is the biggest promise that they're making you. Like, you are not going to end this year with at least not having met your person. I think for a lot of you, you're going to be with them by December, and so that will be really nice and really soft. um but for some of you, like, it might not be until the end of the year, which is okay. And again, I know that that can be kind of hard because, like, I'm someone who, as a Libra Venus with a Libra sun and a Pisces rising and a Libra Mercury, I'm very, very love focused person. I love love. And Becca and I always talk about how we love Hallmark movies. I'm like, yeah, you can call us cheesy and all that stuff, but whatever, okay, listen. um I'm someone that always really, 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 like, my whole life, and Becca is the same because she's also a Libra Venus. Our whole lives, both of us have always wanted our person. And unfortunately, we have not met them yet. As of the day we are posting this, watch us meet them tomorrow. Um, just so Spirit can make a boo boo the fool out of us. I'm kidding, Spirit. No, but I mean, in seriousness, it is hard to think about, like, going through the whole year and being like, really, they said I was going to get love and it's all the way in December potentially. Like, that's rough, and I feel you on that. And it's hard to hear that stuff. But the thing is that it's going to happen at the perfect right time for you. And even though that might be a little bit sad, I just think you're going to be so busy and, like, really happy about a lot of other things this year. And yes, you might still be a little bit sad about not having your person, and that's okay, because I think you even had a month in here somewhere where, like, it talked about, like, reflecting and, like, letting yourself open back. And it's okay to like go to Spirit and be like, I'm really sad that it hasn't happened yet. I know you promised that it will, and I trust and I believe in you, but it sucks. And it's okay to say, hey, it sucks that I have to, like, wait longer than everybody else, or, like, whatever the case is. Because, like, for some of you, I'm getting that, like, maybe like, all your siblings are married and all that stuff, and so you're the one that's not married yet, and, like, every year there's pressure to get married, and you've been wanting, and your siblings, like, this is very specific, so for some of you this resonates. Your siblings, like, never, some of them didn't even want to get married, and now they're, like, dating someone and they're married, or they get engaged, or that's the wedding you go to, and you're still like, really, I still haven't met my person though. Like, so for some of you, like I said, it's very specific.
Yeah.
um but and I think it's hard. I'm with you on that. It's very hard. I had a really hard 2020, being that in that mindset of I still haven't met my person yet, and that sucks. Like, I turned 30 this year and I was like, I still haven't met my person, and I feel so behind, and I'm learning to not care so much about time, but it's really hard. So I'm with you. Basically, what I want to say is I empathize. And for those of you that are like, yeah, I don't mind, I'm happy to meet my person whenever I meet them, then great. And I'm very, like, good. Keep up that energy. Um, and for all we know, Spirit is gonna do a switcheroo and everything's gonna be mixed matched because, like I said, your guys were very secretive. So again, if you're like, hey, I actually had the Queen of Swords month in January, and this one happened in, uh, you know, June, and like, okay, your guides are not wanting to tell us anything, and that's okay. But take what resonates for you. And again, like, I do think you guys have a really, really, really beautiful year, despite the fact that there are some things that I'm sure I feel like you guys want sooner. But you guys are really gonna have a beautiful year.
Hmm. I mean, this year, it really is. Like, I also am somebody that's very much like, well, I really want my person, and, like, I too do not have my person yet. But I know that, whenever it's supposed to happen, it'll happen. And, like, this year is beautiful. You're like, regardless, like, even though it might not always be on, the positive, happy side, like, nobody is 100% happy all the time, anyways. But even then, like, it's okay to like have those moments where you're like, I just really want this and I'm really upset about it. Like, it's okay. That's understandable, and it's okay to say that and to admit that and to say, like, I want this thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not going to push it further away. It's not going to like hurt you in any way, as long as you're not being, um vengeful.
Yeah,
But like,
you don't.
if you're healthily releasing emotion, like, and saying, this is what I want, not like, oh, I have to have this or I'm going to die, like, as long as you're saying it in a way of like, this is what I want and I'm sad about it right now, like, that's healthy, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the thing is like, yeah, it's understandable, but you're still going to have a beautiful year, even though it might not have everything you want exactly when you want it.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are going to do some stickers and see what they will tell us about that. So we have our handy dandy little month by month chart here. And so what I will do is I will grab you some stickers and we'll see kind of what the month by month forecast is for this group. Don't want like a ton of huge ones, but I'm just gonna shuffle. All right. You got a nice chunk right there. So what we'll do is I will pull these out, and then the ones obviously that went around, I will read as like for the overall year. Sorry, my brain is preoccupied getting messages already. But I'm going to flip these over. Oh, cute. Okay. Yeah, I think there's some things that we might pick up a little bit more in the stickers. Soft. Okay. So because you waited patiently, I think your guides are going to give you a little bit more information. So if you're still with us, congratulations.
Your Leo season is very, very busy.
Yes. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. Jeez. I don't have enough room. Okay. All right. Yeah, this middle of the year, super busy. Okay. Which is probably why they were not alluding to anything. But we will start with the stuff that fell around. So first of all, you have Let's Have Dinner.
Cute.
Super cute. So you might be having some special dinners this year. You have Famous on the Internet.
Okay.
You have the woman, and actually these are couple stickers, and these are the regular couple, but she's dressed as a doctor, so we'll take it that way. Checking his heart, and he's kind of like frustrated. He's like, stop. And then you have the Vespa.
Yeah,
The
so for
scooter. Yes. So you have all of these things forward. You have special dinners, Famous on the Internet, which tells me like if you are somebody who is into being an influencer, if you're on YouTube, if you're on the internet anywhere and you're trying to make like your living like with your cards, that's super important. And congratulations. Please come back and tell us and say hi and be like, your prediction came true. Like, we would love to know.
yeah, we would love to know that if that actually came true for you guys.
Yes. Because I feel like some of you are going to be famous on the internet. January is kind of quiet, but in February we have two stickers. We have the Fool, which this actually came out in one of the other groups as well. I think it was group 1.
Yeah, it was group 1.
And then you have he's like angrily running away and she's chasing after him.
Yeah, I think that has to do with like, for some of you, you might be releasing something or someone in February. Because if you remember, we had the Ace of Swords, which is clarity and amber, and this was
Mhm.
about where your Kundalini started to uncoil. So for some of you, this might be about letting something or someone go, and that's how you get to that Ace of Swords, which is clarity. Um,
Yes.
and so, don't do that. Don't chase, basically. Um, or if you're in the reverse and the one leaving and someone's chasing you, know that you're doing the best for you, because you do have that Fool, which means a new journey. And you can look at that with optimism about that's the correct thing for you to do.
Yes, definitely. I would agree with that. March and April are quiet on here because I mean, honestly, like I think you're going to want to take a break during that time because this is going to happen. But May is the start because you have some karaoke going on here.
That's cute.
Yes, so if you like to sing, I recommend highly singing. It's really great for clearing out your throat chakra, really great for stress relief, moving energy, a lot of reasons to sing, honestly. And you might have a gift of singing. You might really, really be into music. Like that might be a way that you heal, or you could potentially meet somebody while doing karaoke or singing for some reason, or you might meet a musician, maybe,
Mhm.
possibly.
So
Um,
remember,
yeah.
sorry, really quick, in April, you had at the end, being yourself pays big. And you had the potential to meet someone in April, but it seemed more like a potential business or friend connection, just some type of strong masculine coming in and helping to change things for you potentially. So, or again, Aries season just being important in that way, but basically being yourself pays big. And then you have the King of Pentacles for May, which makes sense. So, with this, I think what they're saying is like, because they wrote money flows well and makes life easier, life is flow. So for me with the karaoke, it is talking about that carefree energy you're going to feel, because what you did back in April does pay off in May.
Mhm. For sure. You also got just start.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, that's not like you have to start something. It's like this is just starting.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the start of something new. High School Musical again. That reference was made in pile 2, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then you also got the girl. She's looking away, but she has like a bag, and she looks like she's like a professional. Um, but she's kind of like outside in nature. And for me, this is moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to start something, like something big is going to start, and we're going to get into that. So, first of all, you have a diamond in June.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a lot of things, but like for some of you, that could be if you're already with your person, that could be an engagement. It could be there's a wedding in June. It could be that, there's something else going on, or you could, be shining bright like a diamond, especially if you're famous on the internet.
Yeah, this is where you guys had that reference of ego by from BTS. And so that makes a lot of sense to me, more than like the engagement and stuff, which again is a possibility for some of you, or someone else getting married that you know. But for me, this is that you're gonna be shining bright like the diamond, like you're gonna be in your power again, like this was when we talked about like the healthy glow up, um, creating, being authentic, and ego by BTS. So
hmm you got yeah, your ego might be a little bit huffy at this point. Um, because you got him and he's a little bit disgruntled.
that also looks like someone who's blushing though, so that could also be potentially getting some admirers.
That's true, especially if you're shining bright like a diamond. And
Mm-hmm.
again, you might have people trying to get your attention.
Hey, 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 hey.
hmm You have the hot air balloon, which makes me think of like elevation.
Mm-hmm.
So very much like starting to like, blow up like a hot air balloon, or also like, just being elevated in some way, whether that be spiritually, financially, you know, whatever way that may be for you. You have iguana, which I'm not really sure what the iguana means spiritually, but I know that it has to do with like, usually it has to do, it's not a chameleon, it's an iguana. So it's not like camouflage. Um, but it is still a lizard, and like iguanas really like sunlight, which is something that's coming through for me for some odd reason. So I feel like you might be kind of like sitting on your rock in the sun and like kind of taking it easy a little bit, like even though you're kind of shining bright, like you're kind of coming into this new like power, and you're kind of sitting in the sunlight and enjoying it a little bit.
You're pretty close with that meaning. So I looked it up, and it says that the iguana symbolism show. Nope, the iguana symbolism shows contentment and can teach us many lessons in the importance of feeling fulfilled with what we have in our lives. Iguanas also allow us to understand our inherent nature and purpose on this earth.
Hmm. Yeah. So again, I feel like you're going to be kind of like sitting happy. Like, I don't think you're going to be too upset in June. Like, I think you're going to be getting a lot of attention. And I think you're kind of going to be enjoying what you have in that moment and what's going on in your life.
Mm-hmm.
You also got Let's Go on an Adventure between June and July.
I don't know why, but as soon as you said that, I heard "Let's go fly a kite." So
Mary Poppins might be important.
yeah.
But also, Let's Go Fly a Kite is about doing things that you love and being happy and like playing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, so we're gonna get into July. So first of all, we have Hooray.
Yay! Some celebration. This was your Queen of Swords.
Hmm.
Um,
You have,
Magic grow if you open yourself to it month.
yes, and you might have like a trip or something you take in July if things are opening back up again. Because you do have the Let's Go on an Adventure that kind of spans over both, and then you have Hooray as well. You have a cupcake, which for me is about like indulging yourself. So again, you might have like a trip or like something special that you do in July, something that you indulge in and that you really enjoy, something that makes you really happy.
I agree, especially because we did write down here retreat or vacation, reconnecting with yourself. So that's
Mhm.
so a lot of sense that this stuff is falling in July. You guys, I feel like a trip or a vacation of some kind, especially if things are opening up, is really, really possible in July for you guys.
Yes, you got the Huffy Bear.
So if there are things that don't go your way in July, or there are people that are giving you a lot of crap, don't pay any mind to them, basically.
Mhm. Yes. Also,
Oh,
you
that's
got
very cute.
yes, you got the girl laying in the boy's lap. So again, you might have met somebody by this point.
Mhm.
Or this might just be telling you to like, nurture or to let people nurture you. Or, maybe there is somebody that comes into your life around this time,
Mhm.
that is important to you in some way. And maybe you do start out as friends, and maybe they admire you and they just don't, like maybe it's just they haven't come forward with that yet. Because he's like, the reason I say that is because he's like staring at her while she sleeps. And then you also have this couple sticker as well.
That's cute. It makes me think of inner child. Also, like I get a lot of soul family, or almost like I know it's a couple sticker, but I get some like sibling energy from that sticker too. Like having fun with your soul family. Like you know, again, especially if you go on that trip, go with some soul family members, and you guys have a really great time.
Which is really soft,
Hmm.
honestly. Okay, August, you got trying your best is all that matters. The rest will fall into place.
Yeah, this is your blessings start pouring in month in August. 10 of Pence.
Yes, I'm going to save some of these for last. You got, I don't know what this is exactly exuding here, but it looks like they're forcing each other to smile. It's not focusing very well.
Yeah, I would say that's something to not do.
Yeah. Like, let yourself feel what feelings you feel and don't force yourself to smile or anybody else. Like,
Hmm.
if you have a hard day, you have a hard day. Like, let's say you do have a friend that gets married in August, or a sibling or something, and you go to the wedding and like you're not necessarily excited about it. Like, it's okay to like, go be supportive and then like you can leave early or you can go do something else. Like, you don't have to sit there and
Yeah.
be like, "Oh God," like
Yeah. And even then, like, go there, have a great time at the wedding, like Becca said, be supportive. And then if you need to go home and get in your, jammies and watch Legally Blonde or something, like, then go do that. It's okay. Like, you can go home and cry about it or journal or, again, like, there's nothing wrong with being like a little bit sad that you might not be where you want to be. Like, spirit
Mhm,
understands that we get upset because we have these expectations for ourselves. Ideally, in an ideal world, right, we would have no expectations for ourselves. So we would be happy no matter what happened. But that's not how it works. So
mhm,
if you have those expectations, you are disappointed, it's okay. You don't have to force yourself to smile. Again, yes, don't go to the wedding and be, a jerk and be like, well, I'm mad because I'm not getting married, so I'm going to come in here and stomp around and ruin your friend. That's not very nice. Your friend or your sister's big day. You can go and be supportive. And in those moments, you can more or less like force a smile. But I don't think you would be forcing it because I feel like you would be genuinely happy for those people that you love, and then it would just be about being like, yeah, but I'm still sad for me. You can be happy for people you love and still be sad for you. That is okay.
mhm. It is. And you might have some shadow work that you have to that maybe comes up again,
Hmm.
like that you might have to deal with a little bit, and that's okay too. Like it happens sometimes where, things will come up as they're supposed to. So if this time triggers something for you, just know that that's okay. Be gentle with yourself. Let yourself feel, let yourself heal.
Yeah. Remember, this was also when they just gave the trust and the wedding card. So with that sticker, like, I'm not necessarily just getting shadow work, I'm getting like trusting your intuition, like knowing that something is going to come of this. So even if this does end up being, because you do have the 10 of Pence, so like there is going to be some good stuff. So there's going to be something in August that you have to trust, that might be like a big risk that you're taking or something like that, or just something happens and you just are going to have to trust. And that's mostly, I get the shadow work for you there, I feel like, is going to be about the trust card. It's going to be about the fact that you have to trust something that is out of your control. And you might be like, maybe in August, like I said, you are going through a little bit of a rough time in the sense that you're like, I don't know, like, do I really trust spirit? Because like, yeah, I am super grateful that all these great things happen for me, but like, that's not, like, I almost feel like it's more like, yes, you're very grateful for all the financial abundance they seem to have brought you, but I feel like with this group, like, it's not the thing that you really want. And so you're kind of like, well, are they just giving me this so that I'll be happy with it and like shut my mouth? That basically is kind of the feeling that I'm getting. And it's okay to have those doubts and then to breathe and like get through that shadow work of it and say, okay, I'm going to trust you even though this is really hard, because I'm having a hard time trusting right now, and that's okay. And then just trust that things are going to work out how they're supposed to is really what I'm getting from that sticker.
Hmm. You also got developed from the negatives.
Yeah.
Mhm. You got the compass. So I feel like you're going to have a strong sense of direction in August, no matter what you have to trust. Like, I think you already know where you're going. And I think that you already know, like, even with this situation where you do have to trust, like, I think you already know the answer. And I think you're going to go in whatever direction is the correct direction for you.
Hmm.
You got bubble tea.
That's very cute.
And not only did you get that, but you also got that's the tea, sis.
That's funny.
Hmm. So again, like you might find new information or, you might, like I said, like there might be something big that happens that like you've known about for a while, but like not for sure. And then like something manifests or something and you're like, ha, like I knew it all along. Like kind of like that's the tea. Like it's very much like I get that vibe as well. And like I get kind of a playful vibe from that too.
Hmm.
In September, you have this, which is they're kind of like fighting a little bit, but he's like squeezing her cheek, and she's like, ugh, and like she's got like a little mad bubble. So it's like they're like fighting, but like playfully. Like it's I don't think it's like actual anger, but what I feel is like you might get into like a small tiff or something with somebody that you care about. And like it'll be one of those situations where it's kind of like what I'm seeing is like this cute situation where like you get mad, but like you're not really that mad. And like the other person just kind of finds it cute and is kind of like, oh, like mad, but like I also get why they're mad. Like it's kind of like one of those cute like romance movies, like when the girl gets mad at the guy for something stupid and he like is still like really like lovey-dovey about it. Like it's kind of like that energy. Again, if you do have somebody that has a crush on you, you might get into a fight with them in September, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's like earth shattering. But I do want to say, like, if you do get into a fight, remember to take time to breathe and to listen to your intuition and listen to your heart and listen to your feelings and let them out and let whoever you're fighting with know what you're feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was your month where it said like manifestation that was big comes true, being big changes, new home or direction, big money. So again, like for me, because you had the Ace of Coins as well right after the Ten of Pence. So that's like you already got a lot of money and then you got more money. So that's nice. Um, but I think like because you had that compass pop up in August, like I think it's like the choice that like that new direction, like it does come to fruition in September.
Hmm. Yeah. You also got in October, you got the cute little couple with the hearts, and you got Paris.
Okay. So this was that month that you guys had the Seven of Cups, but it was very chill from what we understood. Like the decision you were making was very calming, and it was just basically about trusting yourself so you make the best choice for you and let no one else influence you.
Hmm. And that could be related to love. It could be related to taking a trip.
Mm-hmm.
So if for instance you do decide to go to Paris, like, and somebody's like, you shouldn't do that because like you have XYZ that you need to do, or like somebody's like, I don't know if that's the best idea. Like, it doesn't matter. Whatever you know is right for you is right for you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you need to take a trip to Paris, then take a trip to Paris and take me with you.
Yeah, we'll
Fine.
go with.
In November, you got the lazy cat in the sun sleeping
That's very cute.
on Instagram. So again, like, maybe a new pet, or maybe, you are internet famous and you post a lot on Instagram and like you do take a trip and like you take pictures and post them up, or like maybe you have a pet and you start posting pictures of your pet on Instagram. But either way, I also think that this could be that you're kind of taking a rest period at the end of the year, like because you went through a lot of stuff in the middle of the year. So you might be kind of like on like a more chill path at the moment. And so like in November, you might be kind of like taking it a little bit easy and kind of like starting the holiday season and kind of like resting at that time.
Potentially, yes, but we did with this month get the Queen of Cups and the Amethyst Phantom Quartz, and this was talking about like the opening of the crown chakra and being noticed for being you, being very busy, a lot of fulfillment in work and passion projects, and potentially a lot of dates. So it just kind of, I think it's going to depend per person. So for some of you, I do think you're going to have more of this chill November that's like nice and reflective and you can just kind of, bask in the sun. And for some of you, I do think this is busier time, but you're going to like it that way. Like you're going to be really glad that it's really busy.
Yeah, like you might find that that actually keeps you calm and keeps you
Mm-hmm.
relaxed. But yeah, I mean, honestly, again, guides are very tight lipped. There's a lot about like abundance for sure. But as far as like relationships go, like they kind of sprinkled stuff in there. But again, it's going to vary person to person.
Mm-hmm. But you guys do have a great year regardless. So before we go, I am going to read over your general channel messages again just one more time. So, take what resonates for you. Maybe take a little note of them if you'd like and see if these things come to pass. So you got Lover by Taylor Swift, A Puppy, Adrenaline Rush, Baguettes. Well, that's hilarious because you have Paris, and that's okay. Scrapbooking, New Shoes, Rain, Red String of Fate, Grow and Glow, Let the Light In, Trust Your Intuition, Mermaids and Dolphins, A Pot of Gold, Stay Gold by BTS, Slow Dances, Confidence, Queen Like a Lion by Idol or G Idol, Roar by Katy Perry, Fall Season, Rise, Create, Affirmations and Meditation, Lead the Way, Believe, Dream, Do, Grow with the Seasons. Let's see. Sunflowers, Roses, Grandma, Come on Eileen, Harry Potter, Believe in Magic, Manifest with the Moon, Snake Sheds its Skin, Kundalini Rising, and Soul Family Incoming, Lower Chakra Power Up, Heart, Throat Opening, and Meeting the One.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Very packed year, if you ask me. You guys are going to have a very, very, very busy 2021. Again, that is, of course, with being safe, please, with hoping that things do clear up so that a lot of these things, especially in summertime, can come to fruition. Have a good feeling that they will. So, keep the faith. Know it's still hard right now with the pandemic, so keep safe, and just be okay. And know that everything is going to work out exactly how it is meant to for you, and just trust it. Believe that it can happen, and it will.
Yeah. And I know that's easier said than done, but I know with this group, like, I can just tell that no matter what, like, a lot of this good stuff is destiny. It's fated. And, like, I know that this group is very strong just from what I can feel with all of this stuff. And it is going to be a really good year. And I'm very excited for you. We both are. So if you want to, let us know in the comments. If you come back like 5 months later and are like, oh my God, this thing happened, like, let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Leave us a comment. Hit like, subscribe for other videos because we are going to start posting more and more and more as we go, because we love doing this. This is a passion for us. So, keep us in mind. Leave us a comment. Tell us how you feel. We also have links below for other things as well, like playlists and things like that. So check those out. But that is what we had for your 2021. We're super excited for you. And hopefully we will see you in the next video.
Yes. Bye, guys.
Bye.